So I believe we have Councilmember Ulick and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz online. Everybody else? Councilmember Cunningham? Ready to start? Okay. For the record, Councilmember Ulick and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz are participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. We're going to start study session, and item 1 is executive session. Ms. Clerk.
Item 1, executive session, discussion regarding quarterly non-disclosure agreement reform and transparency, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. We'll be out in, what do we say, 30 minutes? Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on returning to study? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, an appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session to direct the city manager and the city attorney to develop a written policy on the use and management of non-disclosure agreements within the city of Tucson.
So moved.
There is a motion. Second. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Item 3, time has been set aside for an update on the City of Tucson's major streets and routes plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining us here today at the table are folks from our Department of Transportation and Mobility. And there is, as a reminder, this study session item to talk through the issues and matters. And then later tonight, there's also an item where actually decision-making would occur later tonight. So with that, I would turn it over to Department of Transportation Mobility Director Sam Credio.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Almost exactly 2 years to the day, you've given us direction to update the major streets and routes plan and map. We've been working really diligently at that, and we're really happy to report the results to that to you today. This effort has been led by Planning and Programming Administrator Patrick Hartley and his team, and so Patrick is here to walk you through the recommendations and provide you with an update, and then we'll be available to answer any questions. Patrick, take it away.
Thank you, Director Credio. Mayor Romero, members of council, I have some brief prepared remarks, and then we'll be happy to open it up for comments or any discussion on this item. So, as Director Credio mentioned, in October of 2023, Mayor and Council directed staff from the Department of Transportation and Mobility to update the Major Streets and Routes Plan, which we often refer to as the MS&R, and I will continue to refer to that through the remainder of this opening remarks, to make it consistent with recent city and regional planning efforts and policy efforts. The MS&R document consists of two key elements: a plan and policy document, as well as a supporting map. The purpose of the MS&R, which has shaped city development since about 1982, is twofold. It assigns a street classification to all of Tucson's roadways. So this is your arterial, your collector, and local streets. All of that is coming out of the Major Streets and Routes Plan, as well as establishes future rights-of-way in the event of roadway improvements or roadway widenings. And the way that that right-of-way, I'm gonna move this closer to my mouth, I keep dipping away. Thanks. Is really operationalized is that in the event of development or redevelopment of parcels within the city, there are setback requirements applied to parcels. So basically, if the right-of-way value says 100 feet, 50 feet from the center line, new development at that parcel then has to be set back further from the roadway in anticipation of future roadway improvements. Initially, the Major Streets and Routes was created to support roadway widenings. That was explicit in the policy document and was the core intent and feature of it. And while this has undoubtedly saved the city of Tucson money and impact of our projects over the years since 1982, since it was originally passed, it has kind of outgrown its usefulness given our existing policy framework here in the city. Because it has also created significant barriers to infill development by reducing the full use of certain parcels, especially where we have really constrained rights-of-way in older parts of the city, while simultaneously reinforcing auto-centric development patterns. So the goal of this update, as directed by Mayor and Council, was to continue to use the policy framework established within the original MS&R plan, but to repurpose it to better align with the transportation of priorities established under the recent city policy efforts such as Move Tucson and our Complete Streets efforts, while simultaneously reducing a barrier to infill development and redevelopment on the private side of the property line. To accomplish this, staff reviewed and revised future right-of-way needs and recommended updating roadway classifications citywide. For example, to illustrate kind of the effort we went through, the existing MS&R may show a future right-of-way value of 120 feet of future right-of-way need, which would be anticipating a 6-lane future roadway widening on a corridor where we are no longer anticipating this needed capacity. For example, Stone Avenue, just north of downtown, north of 6th here, had an existing value of 120 feet, anticipating at someday in the future that Stone Avenue would be widened to 6 lanes. We no longer see that as a need in the department, so those are the kind of reviews that we went through to either reduce or eliminate that right-of-way value, again, to open that up for more development opportunities and to better align with our transportation priorities. The update that is presented before you represents the first full review of the MS&R since its creation. We had previously handled these on more of a piecemeal fashion where we had an individual project or development coming through and adjusted the MS&R accordingly. This time we looked at the plan in its totality. And the magnitude of this change is that we are making a recommendation to reduce right-of-way requirements on 43% of city streets as measured along the center line, maintaining the existing MS&R right-of-way on 33% of streets, and eliminating any right-of-way requirement on 22% of streets, while also removing 3% of streets from the major streets and routes plan. Ultimately, this totals about 70% reduction in the right-of-way requirements across the city. Again, looking to support those transportation priorities and allow for greater opportunities for infill development. In addition to the right-of-way reductions, we are also recommending reclassification of a number of streets from arterial to collector, collector to arterial, local to collector, or collector to local street based on traffic volumes and other criteria. During this period of updating the plan, we also went through a fairly broad public engagement process in the spring of this year, where we provided multiple presentations to the development stakeholder community, created an interactive virtual story map, held in-person and virtual open houses, met with utility providers, held individual meetings with neighborhood associations upon request, 2 study sessions with the Planning Commission, as well as a public hearing, ultimately resulting in the recommendation of approval. And all told, we received about 150 comments from members of the public over this period, all of which we've provided responses to, which was included in Attachment E with your materials. One final comment on this is that if we are proposing changing the classification structure of city streets, that this will have no impact on any existing funding program. So Proposition 411, which is repaving all local streets in the city, will go forward as it is currently planned. The Collector Street program, which is repaving a number of collector streets, will use the classification system that was in effect at the time of the approval of those programs and will not be affected by these changes. And with that, I can take any questions, or the director can take any questions. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, that concludes our remarks on this item. I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge the extraordinary work done by Patrick and his team, James Castaneda and Ben Elias. This project was all completed totally in-house without the use of a consultant. It was an extraordinary effort by our team, and I'm very proud of the work that they've presented to you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Creedy. Really appreciate it, Patrick, and all the team that at Department of Transportation and Mobility for your incredible work. I just wanted to also thank the Planning Commission for going through the process with us and their hard work on this item. They unanimously approved the proposed changes as we see them today. And I also want to remind the community that these changes that we're doing today align with mayor and council plans and strategic action plans that we've approved as a community, like Move Tucson, Tucson Resilient Together, and our Complete Streets policy. So in effect, making a lot more land inside our urban core much more usable, and transportation development oriented. So it allows and encourages multi-use development on the land that's currently available in our corridors in our city. So I really want to appreciate the work that you've all done and open it up for questions, comments from our colleagues on the council if you have any. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sam, Patrick, and your team for doing excellent work. We've heard a lot from neighbors, from residents living along Mountain, north of Roger, and along Limberlost from Campbell to Stone, about wanting to maintain, for various reasons, the status as a local. And they do have more traffic, so it could, and I think the recommendation is that it become a collector street. I'm going to put forth an amendment on behalf of these neighbors, and I think they're justified to keep it as a local status. And I'll be doing that at the regular session. And I know we've talked about it. You all are prepared for that. Do you see any horrible impacts of that?
Mayor Romero,
excuse me. By the way.
Councilmember Dahl, members of council, we don't have any particular concerns with removing that from the collector list. It had been operating Limberlost from First to Oracle as previously was a collector street, had been downgraded to a local street in an amendment in the mid-2000s, and we were looking at traffic volumes and we're recommending returning it to collector status.
Yeah, and rather than First, because between Stone and First, it is a 5-lane, and it seems like it's much more of a collector there than elsewhere. It would be from, my amendment will be from Stone to Campbell. Thank you.
Any others? Alrighty, so for me, I just want to understand how the traffic volume data related to the question that was asked right now, how the traffic volume data and other metrics were used to determine roadway reclassifications?
Mayor Romero, thank you for the question. So we looked at 4 criteria when determining the classification or revisiting the classifications of existing roadways. So we looked at traffic volumes, which are collected on a rotating basis region-wide by Pima Association of Governments. And what they do is they do a 48-hour count, typically in the fall, so we would get more regular traffic patterns, avoiding holidays, avoiding the summer season. And we looked at the historic values of those as well as the future projections. The way the policy is written, roadways that are operating between 2,500 and 12,000 vehicles a day are currently typically classified as a collector street. Those above 12,000 vehicles a day typically are classified as arterials. We also compared it against the federal functional classification system, which uses the same terminology, arterial collector, although it is applied to our streets differently than we do it locally. We're kind of expressing that local control, but we were looking at opportunities to bring that into consistency. The other criteria we looked at would be any existing traffic control, striping, traffic signals, which direction had the right-of-way at intersections, and also how it operates within the network in terms of spacing. Typically, roadways that are on the section line are classified as arterials. Midway between that are collector streets. So we looked at those 4 criteria and made those determinations and recommendations.
Thank you, Patrick. And I do see Councilmember Ulick's hand is up.
I just wanted to speak in support of Councilmember Dahl's suggestion and sounds like a proposed action for this evening. And to me, that Limberlost Mountain Avenue area, to the point about land uses, it's a very unique area with regard to the character and land uses existing. And so for that reason, I think that it would really comport with our broader vision and plans to remove those sections noted by Councilmember Dahl. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I too agree that, it absolutely makes sense. Neighbors in the area want to make sure that there's some protections in terms of the development possibility. And so that, it is mostly for that area. I appreciate it. Campus Farms is something that we all appreciate. So thank you. I'll be supporting that as well. Also, can you explain how this update might impact the possibilities of bottlenecks? I know that we changed on Stone Avenue, we changed the amount of lanes with an RTA project there. And I know that moving and changing capacity in one particular road sometimes might provide unintended consequences elsewhere in our traffic system. But how do we make sure that the changes are not creating unintended bottlenecks in other areas of our city, and how we do that and how we calculated that?
Mayor Romero, members of the council, thank you. Another excellent question. So what we were really looking at when we were making determination for those future rights of way to see where we could do a reduction, because we weren't anticipating the number of future travel lanes as we were, in 1982 when the plan was originally developed, was we looked at recent long-range planning efforts that were taking that more systemic approach in terms of how changes to one roadway would operate something, on a parallel corridor. So those were largely the long-range regional transportation plan known as the RMAP, developed at Pima Association of Governments. They have 2045 traffic projections. and then also building off of the Move Tucson kind of network that we were anticipating. So all of the future rights-of-way that we are proposing are consistent with the project descriptions as they are currently listed in the Move Tucson master plan for the city.
Alrighty, so what's next for how we proceed?
Yeah, great question, Mayor. So this evening, we do have scheduled a public hearing. Patrick and myself will be in attendance at the conclusion of that public hearing. We're looking for approval of the Major Streets and Routes Plan and Map update, and we will be available to answer any questions that might come up following the public hearing.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you both. Thank you. If there's no more questions from my colleagues on the council, then we'll move on to item 4. And item 4, time has been set aside for an update on the city of Tucson. Oh, no, that's item 3. I'm sorry. I've requested this time for mayor and council to review and discuss a plan to improve safety and security on the transit system, including buses at bus stops and transit center. This is an update that was generated in response to mayor and council direction in August. As a matter of fact, I believe that mayor and council have been expressing concern for a couple of years now regarding our transit safety and security. We need an action plan that uses clear data as we make the choices on the mayor and council to keep our city safe. An action plan for transit security is necessary because all of our offices have been receiving input and feedback from community, from bus operators and others to make sure that we are providing a clean, safe transit system. And to be honest with you, I think that safety and security is not just for our transit system, but for every area of our city, for every neighborhood, every park. This is a continuation of a conversation that we started a couple of years back. But in August, we gave clear direction from Vice Mayor Santa Cruz to come back to Mayor and Council with a clear action plan on transit safety. I know that during, in the memo provided to Mayor and Council, we talk about the RTA Next and the possibility of investment coming in from RTA Next to make sure that we have funds to keep our bus stops clean and safe, as well as our transit centers. I think that it is important that we continue this conversation, that we give clear direction to our city manager, our Department of Transportation and Mobility Director, as well as our Chief of Police. I know that we're doing a lot of work right now to keep our transit system safe, but we all know that more is needed. And I'm looking forward to the presentation and the questions from my colleagues on the council. Again, I think that it's important that we reflect on some of the social and public safety issues impacting not just our transit system, but impacting our city, our neighborhoods, our parks, and different areas of our city. I think that we have to really look at the root of the problem happening in our city. That a lot of what is spilling into our transit system is the fentanyl public health crisis that's happening in our streets, not just in the city of Tucson, but throughout the country. I talked to mayors around the country, and these are the very similar concerns that they have. And so I try and borrow ideas that have worked in other cities, and we're working hard with all of our departments to make sure that we can offer this safety and security action plan for our transit system. So I'm going to open it up, Mr. Manager, if you want to introduce the item, and then we'll go through the presentation and open it up for my colleagues on the council.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Here with me today is Sam Credio, Director of Transportation Mobility, and our Police Chief, Chad Kazmar. And they're here representing a number of folks from the city and our independent contractor that operates most of our transit assets. It's all teamwork, and including our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team to be able to address not just what is identified as kind of the symptoms that we see showing up in our transit system, and as you indicated, spilling over into our transit system, but also those root causes that you identified. So what you have here today is actions that are in progress, that are ongoing to address those symptoms, identification of additional challenges, and the challenges, quite frankly, have moved a bit faster than our ability to keep up with them, but we're in the job of trying to catch up on that and assure that riders and drivers have a safe experience on our transit systems. As you indicated, we do identify where we could deploy the additional resources should RTA Next come to fruition in these specific areas. And we're really seeking your input on what you see here today, actions that you'd like us to continue down the path and or increase investment. And ultimately, while we have an action plan in front of you, it's an action plan light. What we want to be able to prevent is use your input in order to give you the action plan formal and written and laid out so that you know precisely what we're doing and where we're doing it. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team to kind of go through the information, and then we're really craving your feedback on these items.
Thank you, Mr. Manager and Madam Mayor, members of the council. Chief Kazmar and I are going to go through this presentation together. We have some information we want to share with you, and I appreciate the opening comments, Mayor, and also just recognition from the city manager that while Chad and I are sitting here at the table, there's a whole team of people that help prepare all of the material associated with this item. This is a very serious and important conversation, and we take it as such. So let's go ahead and dive in here. We're going to talk a little bit about the incidents and perceptions of safety and security related to the public transit system, identification of some current strategies and costs associated with that, and then some opportunities where we know we can make some improvements and enhancements, including that RTA Next investment. So this map was also included in your material, and really all it's intended to do is just provide some scale and context to what we're talking about in terms of some of the challenges we're experiencing across our transit system. This map shows all of the routes and has some dots associated with incidents related to the transit system. The intent of this, again, is just to identify where we have some issues across our city, and I think there's no surprise about some of these corridors we've identified: Fort Lowell, Stone Avenue, Swan, Broadway, South 6th Avenue. Most common challenges that we are seeing within our transit system right now are related to open air drug use. I mean, that's probably the #1 challenge that we're experiencing right now. Associated with that, there's a large group loitering, and vandalism is very much on the rise. And I'll be able to show you some examples of that here in just a moment. So this is Prince and Oracle intersection, and you can see the transit stop there in the background. And what you see is just a large group of folks congregating. We have a second photo here that shows a better look at what the transit rider might experience if they're going to this particular bus stop. Obviously, most of these folks are likely not using.
This bus stop is located at what business?
This is at Prince and Oracle. This is in front of a Circle K, sir.
Thank you.
And what you see is, again, loitering, trash, graffiti. This is, just a snapshot of what we're seeing. I mentioned bus shelter vandalism. And one of the things that is on the rise, at least I've not seen since my time here at the city, is vandalism of our bus stops more than ever before. This particular picture is a trash can that somebody lit on fire that then spread to the bus shelter. We are also seeing an unprecedented amount of graffiti and folks defacing the advertising boxes that you see there in the background causing, just a lot of harm and damage to the amenities that our transit riders, so dearly rely on. Fort Lowell Country Club has been a particularly challenging location for us. You can see here we've got remnants of an encampment. There are often been times where people are hanging out behind and around the bus stop. What we found is that the flat surfaces really attract people because it's an area where they can, set their drugs on, do drugs. I'm actually going to have an after photo. This is the before because we were actually able to do some things at this particular location to improve it. And then Speedway in Alvernon is another location, really all four corners, but the southwest corner was particularly challenging for us, and there was a number of reasons why. The first is this particular bus shelter actually had the traffic signal control cabinets located behind the bus stop, behind the bus shelter, and there was a concrete pad and a little seat wall around it that made a perfect area for people to sit, congregate, hang out, and ultimately that led to pretty severe damage to our controller cabinet. It was lit on fire, actually multiple times. But again, I'm going to be able to show you some strategies that we were able to deal with this particular location. So in terms of perceptions, we thought it was really important that we try to get some feedback from passengers specifically, as well as our drivers, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. On the onset, it was really meant to try to get the word out to everybody riding the bus and at the transit centers. We had both an online survey as well as a paper survey. In full transparency, we have concerns that the online survey was shared broadly. And so it's very hard, even though the first question is which routes do you ride, it's very hard to confirm the validity of who filled out that survey. But the paper surveys, you had to get on the bus and actually fill out the paper survey on the bus. And so what I share with you today is the responses of those paper surveys and some of the key safety concerns that the passengers shared with us. Again, you're going to see a theme here: drug use and intoxication, loitering, enforcement, cleanliness, and maintenance. When we asked riders, their sentiment on how safe they feel while riding, I'm encouraged by the fact that over 40% actually said they felt safe or very safe. Same with their feeling at bus stops. Again, it was almost equal to those that felt safe versus unsafe. Where there was actually an overwhelming response from our passengers is at the transit centers. There was about half that had some safety concerns at the transit centers. And then I'm also encouraged, because we're making a significant investment in this area, is that over 40% of the passengers in this survey indicated that they were satisfied or very satisfied with the security response in the transit system. Next, we also did a survey with our operators at the time of creating this this presentation, we had 118 survey responses. And, there are definitely some concerning.
And how many operators do we have?
425, sir. And by the way, we had to cut off at some point so we could get this material in. I believe that we're still taking input and feedback from the drivers. But the key safety concerns are, again, drug use, loitering, violence and harassment of drivers, concern about how they can enforce the Ask Once policy. And interestingly, and this was a great insight by our operators, is poor lighting and visibility at bus stops. And I'm going to come back to that here in just a moment. They identified some routes that they felt were most challenging. Routes 11, Alvernon Ajo Way, Route 16, Oracle South 6th, Route 25 on Park Avenue, and Route 34 on Fort Lowell and Craycroft. And overall, I think what the feedback we got from the operators is just a general sense of concern regarding how safe they feel driving their bus, how safe they feel on the routes that they drive, definitely concerns about adequate lighting at the bus stops, concern about how effectively we can police some of these challenges, and just overall concern about how management can, make a better effort in making sure that operators feel safe. So now I want to talk a little bit about what we are doing to address some of these concerns. So Suntran utilizes a contract with American Guard Services for private security. There are nearly 1,000 hours of deployed guards weekly. That includes at the South Yard, which is at the Thomas O. Price Service Center, the North Yard, which is the Northwest Maintenance Facility for Suntran, and then the 3 transit center, Laus, Ronstadt, and Tohono. And you can see the hours that we have security guards there. And then obviously the ones that we probably utilize the most are our roving security and leapfrog guard. Those are the ones that are actually out dealing with issues at the bus stops and responding to calls on the buses. The annual cost for that is just over $1.5 million. And then a few years ago, Suntran was able to take the cleaning of bus stops and shelters in-house. And so I want to talk a little bit about what we do in terms of maintenance and cleaning. We have over 2,200 bus stops system-wide, and about 1,800 of those are in the city of Tucson. And just over half of those do have shelters. We have a staff of 15 people, 7 2-person crews and 1 supervisor that are responsible for cleaning and maintaining all of those bus stops, primarily the bus shelters. 100 priority stops are cleaned every day, and I believe those 100 stops can vary depending on when we get calls and who the calls are from. You know, we try to make sure if there's an issue, we get to those every day. There are 6 priority corridors that are cleaned 3 times per week. That's Oracle, South 12th, Stone, South 6th, Broadway, and Speedway. And then all other stops in the system, we try to clean them at least once per week. The annual cost for that is a little over $1 million. That includes both the labor, the vehicles, as well as the cost to make repairs to shelters when they're damaged, like the one I showed you before. And I think this is where I turn it over to my colleague, Chief Kazmar.
Thanks, Sam. Honorable Mayor, members of council. I think Sam's done a great job of laying some foundation for the complexity of the issue, as well as the mayor really tying in many ongoing mayor and council conversations related to a public health crisis, which is yet driving additional challenges within our transit system. So what I'd like to add to the conversation is you've heard a lot from me about our problem-oriented policing concepts that we've deployed really over the last decade. So when we talk about, how do we address over 1,700 different bus stops within the city, 2,000 in our larger geographic area, 3 transit centers, a system that's seen nearly a $3 million ridership increase from 3 years ago to what we're forecasting today. How do we effectively police that? And we've also laid some foundation for data only tells one part of the story. If our community is driving through an area and they don't feel safe, it doesn't matter that our violent crime is down 12% on a 5-year average, or that our Part 1 property crimes are down 23%. They're driving through, they're seeing what they perceive as crime. There are certainly some challenges with enforcing the laws, what's applicable to Tucson City Code, what's enforceable Arizona revised statutes, and then making sure that the officers have time to proactively do that work. So what we do is we've had over 15,000 POP events this year. We track those as general parks and businesses right now. We're adding a category for transit systems so we can better tell our story. That also means that we have to marry data from transportation and mobility and how riders feel or how their bus drivers feel compared to the data that we're tracking on a monthly basis when we're really focused on of our 4 strategic initiatives, as you've heard me ad nauseum, are narcotics-related issues and violent crime focus. And those data sets don't always marry up. But again, we have to take the information that we're hearing from our community and our colleagues and our team workers and make sure that we're being present, providing the support that they need. So we will be shifting. I can't double the 15,000 POP events that we've done this year. We have to be smart, and we have to strategically move and align some of our proactive efforts on some of the map that you've seen. So when we overlay some of our focuses in the areas that transportation mobility have provided to us, there's about a 40% correlation. We're not surprised to see any of those events, but they're not necessarily the drivers of what we would call our key focus areas. So we're having to shift some of our resources over to make sure that we're marrying our 2 teams' efforts and we can be responsive to the community. Coordinating, obviously, Suntran security, having those over 15,000 contacts, just having them present is going to deter a lot of that crime. And so it really captures putting the right work in the right hands, and it doesn't always require a police officer, but the security officers are a smart use of resources, and we have a good amount of collaboration with them. Now, I will talk a little bit more about that with challenges, because, of course, there's going to be times where somebody's not responsive to the direction of a security officer, and it's going to require a police officer to respond. Environmental and safety enhancements. This is also not a new conversation with any of council offices, as we've worked individually with both of you and our 2 teams on some challenges. And Speedway Swan's a great example of how we've responded to the southeast corner, made some environmental challenges. Largely that deters, but we really do have to dissect root cause solutions when we're talking about a
What's the name of the business on the southwest corner of Speedway and Swan?
McDonald's. The McDonald's.
Excuse me, council member, can you hold just a second and let the chief finish? And then we'll open it up for questions and comments.
So as our community is aware that when folks drive through, as we've, both Sam and I got feedback last weekend, and there was a large amount of folks sitting there, but that's not always the case. So again, it's recognizing that at times we will be treating symptoms to be responsive, but we have to continue to strive for root cause solutions. So the vegetation, the landscaping, the lighting, the signage, technology, that's also a conversation we've been having, we're gonna have at next council, but having pan, tilt, zoom cameras and expanding those allows CSARC real-time camera monitoring to say, hey, it's probably time to get a resource over, or the person wearing navy blue and pink patches was just smoking fentanyl. We can direct officers to that specific location and address the one issue. So again, as we're unpacking over 16 million riders, how do we increase transit system accountability? You've heard me say systems accountability with a lot of different issues lately, and it's going to take a metropolitan government approach in conjunction with our judicial partners and our Pima County Attorney to really identify long-term sustainable solutions. Off-duty staffing, as Mr. City Manager discussed, depending on some of the RTA potential funding and where that goes, we're also looking, and we've collaborated with the City Attorney's Office and Transportation Mobility to develop what could be an off-duty program where officers, so that wouldn't be coming out of my general fund necessarily, but it would be specific, much like we do through our off-duty program right now with the Ronstadt Center. So challenges, obviously volume of security events. It is no secret that our town right now is overwhelmed, our community is overwhelmed with substance use and mental health disordered folks, and that's driving, as we discussed last council meeting, shopliftings, robberies, low-level thefts, sometimes violent crime incidents. Obviously, like we've all, in a recent homicide on the Loop, as we were responsive to that yesterday in working with Ward 3, over 55 folks were contacted, 50 were arrested and transported to the Pima County Jail. 3 folks were transported to the hospital, and 2 were transported to treatment. The challenge is, from the time we started that operation at 7 to the time that we finished that operation around 12:30, 2 of those individuals that we booked had already utilized our public transportation to get back. Now, again, our transportation system is not the driver of our public health crisis related to fentanyl. Fentanyl use, substance misuse disorders are driving some of these things, and this is just yet another symptom that we're addressing. The drug activity at bus stops, my call to action is, again, to report. I hear it every day. Why call the police? They're not going to come. The officers, I assure you, are being responsive, and we need that data set. We need to know when the community is experiencing those issues, and we need them to call 311 and report that, and we'll make sure that we'll attempt to get an officer out there as quick as possible, but we do need that reported. We are also evaluating different systems with different towns like Albuquerque, just like you, Mayor, where we're evaluating their transit system, some of the technology they're using, where their bus drivers can communicate directly to police officers in the area that circumvent and don't overwhelm a 911 system that's already busy. And again, I would put that in the sustainability and technology. And I think I've pretty much covered the data collection. That is very much a work in progress, as we discussed previously, that we need to make sure that the alignment of different locations, like our Viva location, we're very clear that that's an area that we're both focused on. But when we have those issues, how do we number them, how do we track them, and how do we share that data?
Thank you, Chief. And we're going to get to the end of our presentation here. I can't go on without talking about the work we're doing with community safety, health, and wellness, particularly in the Viva corridors. I think you probably saw some of those lines on that map overlap with at least one Viva site, and so we continue to work with our encampment assessors, community enrichment coordinators, as well as TPD to coordinate outreach specifically around Viva sites. And then I also want to mention briefly the partnership we have with Primavera Foundation. They have, we've actually done a pilot program program for outreach, and a more detailed summary is in your material for this item. It includes 1 full-time outreach specialist, 3 half-time staff. They're deployed 4 days a week at 21 bus stops and 2 of our transit centers. And just some of the stats that they've had the ability to do is 570 hours of outreach, over 300 passengers engaged, 263 requesting referrals for services like emergency shelter, and then 193 riders identified as currently experiencing homelessness. So, we're getting these folks in touch with the right people to reach resources. This annual pilot program cost was about $121,000, and again, that's broken down in that attachment that we included. So I want to wrap up by talking a little bit about where we have some opportunities to improve. I told you I'd provide you with some after photos, and so these are a stark difference from those photos I showed you before. The top left-hand corner there is the new and improved southwest corner of Speedway in Alvernon, and what you'll see there is we got a whole team together in response to concerns from the neighborhoods. We have folks from TPD, different divisions within DTM, as well as Suntran, and we all put our heads together and said, what can we do to address the concerns at this location? We placed this really large rock all around the areas that people were congregating and loitering. In this particular instance, we actually put up a temporary fence. That fence is now gone, but at the time we wanted to make sure people couldn't access our transportation infrastructure. Thanks to Proposition 411, that we were going to already upgrade this intersection's traffic signal equipment, so those boxes have now been moved out from behind the transit bus stop, and that fence was taken down. We did remove the bench, and then we added, it's kind of hard to see on the screen here, but on your handout, you might be able to see off that streetlight pole, we added a luminaire to provide lighting in the evening. We also did work at all of the other 3 corners of that intersection by placing large rock in the areas that people were loitering. You can see there at the southeast corner in front of the Speedway there, was an area where people just were hanging out on that wall, and the rock has helped with that. And then I think the one that is probably the biggest difference from the before photo is Fort Lowland Country Club. You can see that we've really cleaned up this area. Now it's really inhospitable to hanging out, wanting to stand around those boxes and do the things that were occurring, and it just overall looks a lot better. Some other ideas that we have in place is the transit center restrooms are currently open 24 hours a day at all 3 transit centers. We'd like to propose closing those during hours of non-operation of the transit service, which is 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. That way, we can preserve those restrooms for people who are actually using the transit centers, using the buses. Right now, they're typically out of order because they're vandalized, people barricade themselves in there, or they're just really, really in bad shape and require a lot of cleaning. Also, looking at our security budget, we know that we have some opportunities to do some recalibration of that budget and try to target some of those resources and some of these hotspots that we know are challenging, and working with our partners at TPD to address those concerns in a more targeted fashion. I believe it was last week we provided the mayor and council with some information about the de-escalation training that Suntran operators currently undergo. That is something that we want to continue to explore and see if there's ways to improve. There's always going to be conflict between passengers and drivers, and so it's important to help address how that conflict can be addressed by our drivers. And then we think there's opportunities to improve on outreach coordination. We talked about the success of the Primavera program, and there could be more opportunities down the road. And then lastly, just making sure that we have protocols set up to support our operators and drivers, that they can feel safe, that they have the tools they need to ensure that they can safely operate the buses. And then to close things out, I'll turn it over to Chad.
Thanks, Sam. So just to close, without having this is a complex issue. It's difficult for us to come up with a clear path. There might even be countering opinions based upon geography and each ward on how they perceive or what your constituents want. So this is a really tough challenge for us to tackle. So TPD is committed to helping our transportation mobility partners and making sure that we have safe public transportation. There will continue to be both covert and overt operations. With undercover, that means undercover TPD resources, as well as uniform folks that are around the bus stops and on corridors and bus routes that we're having real-time communication with Sam that we're having issues with. So you have my commitment that we can do that right away. But again, I think we'll next council meeting will provide additional opportunity to have conversation about scaling technology in a responsible manner, how we can be transparent, but utilize that technology to be smart with the resources that we do have.
And then, Mayor, I do just want to end on talking a little bit about the RTA Next investment. We've talked a lot about the RTA at this table. And Mayor, you've done a great job leading at the RTA board. And in fact, we now have the opportunity as part of RTA Next to have some funding dedicated to safety and security of our regional transit system. It's included as Project 51 in RTA Next, and it currently allocates $51 million over 20 years. 43 million of that is allocated directly to the city of Tucson. So that comes out to $2.15 million per year. And so what we did for this item is we provided a rough framework of what that could look like if we were to split that money up and where those investments could be made. A lot of caveats here. This is by no means set in stone and has a lot of opportunity for movement. But just an idea of how we might split that up is $1 million for additional security. That gets us 15 additional guards that we would likely put directly into roving security to have those contact points out in the system. An additional $500,000 for maintenance and repair of our bus stops. That would give us 3 additional crews with 6 people and their equipment. We could also allocate $500,000 for TPD special deployments. So having those funds available to help with those off-duty police officers so we can do that targeted enforcement on the transit system. And then lastly, we really believe, given the success of the Primavera program, that we can allocate some of these dollars for outreach support and working with our partners at Community Safety, Health, and Wellness on ways that we could invest $150,000 in additional outreach support. And I appreciate you all bearing with me. That concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you
Mayor.
so much, Sam, Chief. Really appreciate your presentation. First and most importantly, I want to make it really clear to our community that the community's safety is my number one priority. I know it is my colleagues' number one priority, and that I appreciate all of the work that Suntran Management and bus drivers are doing to keep our riders safe, and that we understand that we must do more to make sure that our numbers in terms of crime are going down, but the perception, as you said, Chief, is something we have to battle with. I also appreciate it very, very much, Chief Kazmar, that you really are reflecting on the importance of a bigger root cause that is spilling into our transit system, which is serious mental illnesses, behavioral health, and the public health crisis, which is fentanyl use in our community. The root causes of what we're seeing spill out into our transit system, we're seeing also in our alleys, in our parks, in our washes. This is something bigger than us. I know that day in and day out, our police officers, our Housing First navigators, our community safety, health, and wellness, our operators, our security, everyone is doing everything we possibly can as a city to keep our community safe and to offer resources and programs and services that help individuals. But we also have to recognize that the people that are breaking the law have to have consequences. And so this is part of the work that we are doing and that we must continue to do, that there has to be consequences for unlawful behavior. And it has to be paired with what this mayor and council have been given direction on, which is to make sure that we're creating programs that are offering the services to the most vulnerable amongst us, but those that are denying services and breaking the law, there needs to be consequences attached to it. So I I think that within the opportunities to improve and enhance, we've got to be able to start moving on. And the reason that I asked for a safety and security action plan for our transit system is because we're doing a lot of this work already, but we've got to make sure that we define it within the safety plan and then add and improve and enhance the deployment of resources for these areas. So I'm looking forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. I know that Councilmember Ulick has her hand up, and then we'll go to the Vice Mayor, and then open it up for my colleagues to add or ask any questions. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. I really would echo your comments and agree wholeheartedly with the comments you just made, and want to thank the Chief and Director Credio. And I know, too, that our Transit Administrator, Mike Oglesby, is really recognized nationally. And so I was glad to hear, Mayor, that you talked about the national nature of some of the root causes of what we're seeing. And just, I guess I would ask for a couple of groups to remain engaged with us. I think these recommendations are sound and look forward to seeing them implemented. In addition, I know that clearly drivers are a critical source of information. And, the Teamsters Union is not only national, but international. I want to hear from them. What are the best practices across transit systems in our country? Tucson now has a population comparable to Albuquerque, larger than Sacramento, Long Beach, quite significantly larger than Atlanta and Miami, Florida, New Orleans, Tampa. We're a major city, and our transit system is not unique in facing these challenges. So I guess comparative data on what's happening on those transit systems, as well as best practices implemented, would be, I know, useful information that we'd all value. I also hope that the Transit Advisory Committee can continue to be consulted and maybe have a quarterly update and hear about those best practices, and continue to work with our department director and TPD on formulating additional recommendations that we can consider in the future. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Ulick, for your comments and for staff with this initial transit safety and security action plan. And I especially appreciated attachment A, which was a map where it makes it obvious where we need to focus our resources. As has been shared, the challenges that we're seeing are complex, from firearms, drugs, housing instability, poverty, and mental health crises. And it's not going to be solved by fares alone. The contracted security company reports that over 80% of incidents occur at bus stops and involve people not using the transit system. I was just in Phoenix this weekend, and I can testify even, in the city of Phoenix with them having fares, I saw the same issues at their bus stops and around the freeway entrances and exits. So I think this is a strong start. And through this discussion, I want us to set a standard for safety on our transit system. Our direction needs to include a concise implementation plan that prioritizes the hotspots in attachment A, including equity protections before any removal of shelters, benches, and also builds in that stakeholder and public engagement reporting that Councilmember Ulick was commenting on. Sam and Chief, from the Ward 1 office, we hear regularly from constituents who feel that reporting safety or maintenance concerns doesn't lead to any visible action. Is there an opportunity for us to have a dashboard showing incident counts by category, by stop, corridor, response time, outreach referrals, and enforcement actions? And I know that we, Chief, you gave us a memo back in August, sharing some of the calls for service at these transit spaces that were really helpful. But is there a way? Because even if you said, like, TPD always tells the community that even if it's not like a high level incident, that it's important for it to be called in because y'all are tracking and collecting data to know to look at trends, and so that you know how to adapt how your the strategy behind showing up. So that's one. The other one is there a mechanism for Suntran to share real-time hotspot data with TPD? I know that other cities are using transit feedback and reviews that can be helpful in affirming positive experiences on transit and also flag issues on the ride. We need to continue to diversify how we're collecting transit rider feedback beyond calling the customer service phone line. For example, using and promoting free tools like the transit app that's widely used by transit systems nationwide, and also to enable this real-time rider feedback on a daily basis. So if y'all could answer that for me.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I'll try to answer my portion and then turn it over to my colleague to answer his portion. In terms of a dashboard, I think we need to look into that. The first thing that comes to mind is many of our residents are using C-Click Fix for at least a number of transportation issues, and certainly we could expand that to include issues in the transit system. I think we'd have to dive into that a little bit more before I could give you a solid answer on that. And then in terms of sharing real-time information with TPD, and you mentioned the transit app, we are in the process of updating our mobile application for Suntran. I don't know if we've yet signed the contract with the chosen vendor, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that yet. But certainly that is something we are looking at, and I will take that feedback back to the team to make sure we can incorporate that with whatever selection we make with that mobile application. Chief?
Thanks, Sam. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, I love the idea of dashboarding so we can do a better job of telling our story, and we certainly will get with our IT partners and public safety communications to decide what implementation would look like to make sure all of our systems are communicating appropriately to better tell our story. So we are certainly up for contributing to that. Your Vice Mayor, your question about how to bus drivers and riders share their experiences real time. That was the Albuquerque app that I was referring to that we're in the process of doing some evaluation. Again, I want to manage some expectations, and some of these things cost money. And channel my inner city manager that we'll have to evaluate what those costs look like as he's sitting two people to my left. The other thing, again, to manage expectations and tie into our last council conversation, that really it's going to take a resolution, which is still pending, and with our Pima County attorney and our collaboration to see what exactly that their office is willing to do with policy decisions related to our felony arrests, which we've substantially increased, and then also our city court partners, as mayor and council have given direction to scale community court resources. But again, I want to manage expectations that arrest is only an opportunity to leverage someone into making different decisions, but it takes that back end of the justice system to be able to receive those arrests and then process those. And until we do that, we're still going to see denser populations of folks in parking lots or adjacent to businesses or at bus stops. And until we resolve that, it will largely be treating symptoms and not coming up with root cause solutions.
Thank you, Chief, for that. Sam, these questions are specifically for you. I couldn't find this info on the transit item, but when it comes to bus driver passenger conflict, what are the top 3 issues? What are the enforcement tools or protocols that drivers have at their disposal? And in the operator survey, there was a concern mentioned about the Ask Once policy. Could you elaborate on what that policy entails and how it can be evaluated for effectiveness?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I'd be happy to answer those questions. The top 3 issues that our drivers experience with that driver-passenger conflict are bringing things on the bus that they aren't supposed to. Poor behavior is a big one. Shouting, arguing, fighting, sometimes even arguing with the driver themselves. And then the third one is drug or alcohol use, bringing drugs or alcohol on the bus. Those are the three primary. The Ask Once policy, and I think it actually has its root in back when we did charge fares. It was an Ask Once policy for if somebody came on the bus and didn't pay the fare, you could ask once that they pay the fare, then they move on. It's also for, I'd say, safety related things, like, excuse me, you can't bring that pile of stuff onto the bus. That was an issue for a really, really long time. And sometimes people just won't listen to the driver and they get on. When it comes to really major safety issues, for example, if somebody is smoking fentanyl on the bus, if there is somebody with a weapon or threatening somebody, there is a protocol in place where the drivers are asked to pull over, open all the doors, contact dispatch, contact supervisors. If it's an emergent situation, contact 911. I'm certain there are other policies that I don't know off the top of my head, but we can certainly put together a list of those protocols that are in place to keep operators safe.
Okay, thank you. When it comes, I know that you have taken action on some of these problem bus stop areas with more like infrastructure wise. Are you also reallocating some of our private security to focus on these areas in attachment A?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, that's an excellent question, and the short answer is yes. We are absolutely, targeting those areas. The more complicated answer is we don't have enough of them to effectively, address all the issues in these hotspots. I think I mentioned before, we only have 4 roving security guards and 1 for our leapfrog unit. And so that's why one of the strategies is, can we really look at our security budget and figure out where do we really need security? For example, do we really need 24/7 security at the South Yard? Or can we take some of those dollars and allocate them to have more roving security and targeting those hotspots throughout the transit corridor?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to give big props to Councilmember Ulick for really getting this co-response with Primavera, in motion. I hope that we can continue to see how we can, work with community promotoras moving forward. And then also just, again, my comments about the shelter bench removal, that we just also take an equity review into account as we're trying to figure out just the implications of that. So with that, Mayor, I have a motion that I would like to make. Is this the appropriate time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I move that the city manager include the following considerations in the Transit Safety Action Plan that returns to Mayor and Council in 30 days. To coordinate the presence of TPD and contracted security, prioritize hotspot stops and corridors, deploy transit ambassador outreach teams, consult with Suntran operators to identify safety infrastructure and operator protections, require written operator safety protocols and training for Suntran operators, review and provide input on the action plan with the TTAC and the Suntran operators, adopt and actively promote the use of the free transit app, widely used by transit systems nationwide to enable real-time rider feedback. And we further move that the city manager work with relevant and appropriate state and local jurisdictions for the provision of mental, substance abuse, and behavioral health resources for impacted individuals.
May I have a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. And Vice Mayor, I just also want to make sure that we're working with the Transit Advisory Committee through this process, and that we have Viva coordination, because one of the hotspots is our Viva corridor, and that we're not just leaving that out.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second, and I know the city manager is wanting to jump in here.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, in order to affect that outcome while having those coordinations with those boards and commissions, I would respectfully request a 60-day deadline for that item.
and Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also really grateful that we're having this conversation and we're acknowledging the state of what our residents are seeing out there and have been concerned about for a long time. And it's challenging, right? Because safety is a highly personal thing. I could feel safe and Kevin might not feel safe, and we're in exactly the same space. So I understand what we're trying to accomplish here. Between our last two meetings, I went back to Illinois to visit family, and as I often do, I took the Amtrak from rural Illinois up to Chicago. And it had never registered in my brain before because I wasn't thinking about transit safety as much as we have been lately specifically, but there were Amtrak uniformed police officers on the train. And I was curious about that. And so I did a little research and learned that Amtrak has their own police department. They have 500 uniformed officers that are deployed across the Amtrak system who are able to enforce the law, right? And I've heard that some of our challenges with the security guards is they are not able to actually do anything except for call you, chief, and say, hey, we have a problem. We need an officer to come over. So that was interesting to me. I know we can't have 500 officers, but a micro idea like that, where we have a team of uniformed officers, which is very expensive, but if we want to make this a priority, that may be something we need to explore. How can we have a team that knows the system, knows the individuals, knows the bus stops, can really be embedded into the system as its own unit that can enforce the law when needed, is something that I'm really interested in exploring. Also, Chief, yes, the technology is going to have to enable us to do more with less resource and less people for sure. So that's something I'm really interested in looking at. And again, just understanding really the gap. I know I had a meeting with Sam and Michael back in May of this year to ask, if you had a magic wand, an unlimited budget, what would you do to improve safety? And the issue that came up is we can have security guards, but again, they can't enforce anything. They can't do what needs to be done out there on the ground. So I think that's a piece we're still going to have to solve for and figure out how we do that. Another random story for you. Yesterday, I stopped at CVS at Broadway and Prudence. It was snack time, and there happened to be a bus stop right in front of the property, and the woman who was ringing me up happened to be the store manager. So I asked her, does the proximity to this bus stop have any impact on your business? And I got a lot of stories, and stories that I've heard from other businesses throughout the past several months. Timing of the buses, coming in with empty bags, emptying shelves into bags and jumping on the buses. And that was kind of hard for me to believe until I actually heard it for myself yesterday. So the impact that this issue is having on businesses is immense. I know many of us have met with QT, and they are hiring their own security guards. They are buying drones so that they can monitor the amount of people that are loitering and go send a guard out there. I mean, that is the level that our businesses are having to invest in technology, in their own security, just to help address the situation and make sure that their customers are safe when they're going in and out of there. Several folks have mentioned Albuquerque as well. I think that they have done a lot with their adoption of their long-term transit safety plan in December. Really great ideas. One that I like when we're talking about the app is the ability for someone to submit a safety concern from the app kind of privately without having to make a phone call while they're on the bus next to something that's happening that is concerning to them. So if that's something that's not already part of the requirements for IT, I think that that's something we should have in there. The other piece, the RTA Next plan, we've got 2.15 million. If that's approved, and that's not coming to voters until March. Is that correct, Mayor? March of next year? So I'm thinking about what do we do in the meantime, because our community is tired of this. We're hearing about instances at bus stops and dumpster fires, and every single day we're hearing something new. So what do we do in the meantime? Operator safety is a huge issue, right? We saw that 70% of those surveyed, the routes I drive don't feel safe, 70%. I feel safe while operating a bus, 75% strongly disagree. I am really curious to know from the Teamsters, from SunTrans, specific inside the bus, inside the system, are there things that we can do to help the drivers, the operators feel more safe? And how do we get at moving those numbers in the right direction? Because that's incredibly concerning to me. And I don't, walk in their shoes. And so I'm not sure on a daily basis, what are those specific actionable things that we can do to keep them safe while they're operating the bus specifically? I would be really curious about that. Last month, we had the conversation on public drug use and moving forward with ideas around how we get at that. That was one of the top issues that continue to surface here. I know that will be coming back up in November. So I look forward to hearing that and seeing some draft language that we can explore in November and start to make progress on that front. Again, on enforcement needs, I would really be curious if we could, between now and over those 60 days, Tim, evaluate the numbers, right? We have the problematic routes, but if we were to explore a model like Amtrak, but at a very smaller scale, how many folks would we need on a team that could be embedded within Suntran to make meaningful action on those areas that are in red on the map? And so getting a little bit more clarity on that, I think, would be great. And then funding, right? All of this stuff is very expensive. And I think the elephant in the room for me is not to say, is charging fares or not charging fares leading to the activity, but we could look at reinstating fares for folks who can afford it, like we had scenario 5 back in August that would have had 2018 fares reinstated with capping and free low-income fares for those who need it, that would have brought in $8 million a year. That could be a funding source to make the system more safe. And that is what I am throwing out as an idea, because we have to start taking action sooner. And I hope that RTA next passes. But what we've seen in Albuquerque is a $7 million budget for safety, and they're still having challenges with a much larger budget than what we have. So I think the system deserves to be invested in from a safety standpoint so that everyone can have a good experience, and we have to pay for it. So I just wanted to throw that out there for us to think about. Those are my thoughts, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez.
She said it best. So I think I would just ask a couple of things. You had mentioned, Sam, an interest in closing the bathrooms at some of the transit centers. Is there a particular need from direction from us to maybe move that forward as a part of that motion?
Mayor, Councilmember Perez, certainly clarity would be great and direction would be great. I don't know when and why the decision was made to keep them open 24/7. I think we've got the freedom to do that administratively, but if there was any concerns with that, we would certainly want to hear that from Mayor and Council.
The as much as you can possibly do, Sam, that makes sense, that are administrative changes that you don't need mayor and council direction on, is the obvious ones. And I agree with Councilwoman Lee. We can't wait till March to institute changes. We need to do as many possible changes as we can now to be able to provide the safety and security both to the drivers and the users of the system. So if closing restrooms in the transit centers according to the hours of operation of our buses makes sense administratively, please go ahead and move forward with it. The one thing that I did want to follow up on that Councilwoman Lee mentioned that for me doesn't make sense is investing with the possibility of an RTA next plan having $2.1 million a year for safety and security, is adding $1 million in additional security in hired security versus investing it more in TPD and other security measures such as lighting for, the drivers also said that lighting for the bus stops, possible cameras that are connected to CSARC within TPD so that we can continue making sure that we're, especially on the hot spots. So I would suggest that we do take a look at the RTA next to start planning, but I'm not sure if $1 million investing in security that can't arrest or cooperate with other police department units that are doing investigative work on sales might be the best investment. I'm sorry, Councilmember Perez, I don't know if you had any additional questions or comments.
Nope, I think we covered it.
Okay, then Councilmember Dahl, then Cunningham, then Ulick, and the Vice Mayor.
My colleagues have brought up very good points, so I only want to do a little deeper dive on one that we do hear from businesses asking for problem bus stops or bus stops that they see as a problem in front of their business being moved or removed. What's your thoughts about that? Is that a viable strategy? Can they be moved a block and a half away and not cause that sort of impact to businesses? Can we remove bus stops and not impact our riders' ability to get on the bus?
Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, thank you for that question. That request actually comes up a lot. And I will say that we don't want to set a dangerous precedent of just removing a bus stop every time that we get a question or a concern. Moving it one way or the other could potentially address the problem for a short period of time, but it may return. The things that we like to look at when we get these requests is how many people are boarding and how many are lighting at that location, and then also the bus stop spacing. We want to be really cognizant of if we remove a bus stop, we then create a distance that's not walkable for somebody to go to the next bus stop. So we have to take all of those things into account. And that, that's been our, and then we also want to see what is the root problem? What is the problem that's being caused at that bus shelter, bus stop? And can we try to solve that problem before removing it? That should really be the last resort. Are there just other things that we can do to address it? So that would be my only comment on that. But at the end of the day, we certainly can remove bus stops. It is, I think it's up to us whether or not we want to remove them or not. I think the manager wants to add something.
It didn't sound like, did you also mean in terms of just eliminating the shelter, not necessarily eliminating the stop altogether?
I bet the stop, but the shelter is another interesting.
Got it.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, to this very point, I believe the Vice Mayor's motion includes the requirement of an equity analysis before any bus stop would be altered or removed. And so we would take all of the things Director Credio brought into mind, but other criteria that Mayor and Council deem are appropriate for us to consider before we would take an action. So I would be strictly interpreting the motion, should it be to pass, that we would not do it without going through some level of analysis of the impacts on riders and the community.
Thank you both. Good answers.
Councilmember Cunningham?
This discussion has manifested itself into a discussion about resources. It doesn't, we're getting to the point where we're spinning our wheels in the relevancy of all the actions we can take if we don't have the resources to implement them. That's the bottom line that we've run into. We want a safe and secure bus system. We want it to be as fast as we can. We want it to be as convenient as we can. We want it to be as safe as we can. And we have to continue to pour resources into it when we're projecting a $40 million deficit next year. So we need to get real about what our limitations are and what the expectations should be. And this piece about resources is even more alarming when 30 years ago, businesses would beg to have bus stops put at their place. And now they're begging to have them removed. That is not a manageable or sustainable situation. While it's encouraging that different folks said they felt safe or different folks said they didn't safe, if you really look at this data, there's a bunch of neutral responses. So when you factor in the neutral responses, 1 out of 10 of our drivers feel safe driving their bus right now. 1 out of 10. You can't tell me that things are going well when 1 out of 10 of your drivers actually feel safe. Now, some of them are neutral. They're not safe or unsafe. But 1 out of 10 of our 118 responses, which is 1/4 of our drivers, actually said they feel safe. So for me, that is absolutely not acceptable. We can't be sustainable if our drivers feel that unsafe. That is an overwhelming response to me. And if you look through the neutral, if you add into the neutral responses from the 228 paper, and I'm anxious to take a look at the online responses, it sounds like some of the responses were skewed. but we still have less than half of our riders actually feeling safe. So we've got to really think about whether or not we're in the right direction. We've had 15,000 incidents, security incidents on buses, 15,000. For those counting at home, that's over 100 a day. Again, some of them are nuisance things and they're nothing things, but still, 100 things a day. It should be like 5. That is not sustainable. So for me, we have to think about this holistically, and we think about how are we going to get the resources to implement all the things that were mentioned are good ideas. But I want to know through dollars and cents, through actual numbers of personnel, how that's going to be effective. We operate, I think, 45 routes. We'd have to hire 45 officers ideally. That's $4.8 million. And how do we raise that capital? Where does it come from? And these are exercises that I'm going through as we're discussing all these things. I mean, again, were we premature to continue free fares? I don't know. I'll say this. I think that whatever fare package, if we ever re-implement fares, has to have a very, very, very robust free system. But without having any fares at all, there's certain stuff we cannot do in the other parts of the system. We can't offer a rider choice program for paratransit. In Valley Metro, they have a 1-hour pickup and drop off for paratransit. We can't have that without any type of, when you're doing a multiplier of 0, we can't offer rider choice at all. We can't leverage our community partners for bulk payments where we get the U of A to pitch in money, where we get Raytheon to pitch in money, where we pay for our employees to ride for free, and the county matches us and TUSD matches up. We have no leverage to do that without any type of fare increase, fare structure. That opportunity is out the door. I love the dashboard idea. How are we going to pay for it? What are we going to run? Because I guarantee you we're going to go to a consultant and we're going to need a digital consultant to run a dashboard to count incidents. And we still have no action or ability to keep people on and off the bus. At least have a tapper where you use an ID or a free pass you can get. So when you board the bus on and off, if the driver's familiar with somebody, they can make sure they don't get on. I mean, we've got to have some of those things in place. The other piece is the visibility piece, which is things that are happening at bus stops where our offices are getting calls every day about the visibility of what's going on. And so I'm thinking about those things. And I'm thinking about, I've heard everyone say, you're either free fare or you're not free fare. I don't think it's like that. I think there's a whole bunch of people who are like, well, if you've got a whole bunch of free pass stuff, that could work. But if we're going to do free fares, that's fine. Let's put it on the ballot. Let's put it on the ballot and decide whether or not we should have it. But we've got to figure out how we're going to sustain this system, because right now, what we have isn't sustainable. This motion has a lot of caveats and pieces, and it's like a start, but I'm probably going to bring, or I want to bring another motion about the steps to put fares back on the ballot. That's the motion that I want to bring. And, or having a tapper. That's the motion that I want to bring. Like why we can't have at least a door tapper to get on and off, so it's a little bit more secure. I'm thinking about our 9 out of our 10 drivers. I'm thinking about half of the people who ride the bus, according to these surveys. I'm thinking about the 15,000 or 100 incidents a day we've had. So those are the things I'm thinking about in this discussion. I hate to be such a downer. It's a good item to bring forward, but we've got to have some realistic understanding of how much of a crisis this is right now. So I don't have a specific motion in mind. I wasn't really prepared for this motion. So for that, I don't think I'm going to support the motion. I'd rather I think there's some discussions we can have in the administrative side, because right now, I don't think anything we do in this motion can be funded. And so I'm going to vote no. I wish I had a proposal for a better fare structure, but we've got to do more work on that and decide how it's going to happen. So those are my comments this afternoon.
Thank you, Councilmember. A couple of things that that I have been observing, and everything for me, it seems as though I've been saying it, and I've been saying it for at least 2-3 years. The issues that we are seeing, and the chief said it, and I've said it before, and I've said it today a few times, the issues that we are seeing on our city streets regarding serious mental illness that is tied to unsheltered homelessness, but it is also tied to the public health crisis of opioid and fentanyl use, the open air use that riders and operators are seeing, is not pertaining as much to having a free system as it is to the root cause of what is happening with the opioid fentanyl health crisis. And what I heard as part of the motion is to bring those jurisdictions that are responsible to fund mental and behavioral health issues and the public health crisis of fentanyl use in our community to the table as well. Because those issues not being resolved and bringing everyone that is responsible, all of the jurisdictions that are responsible to the table, we as a city are not going to be able to solve them and solve them alone. So as mayor, it is my responsibility to bring other jurisdictions to the table to help fund and find solutions for what is happening. Never has the city of Tucson, it doesn't include it in our charter, it doesn't mention it anywhere, that the city of Tucson is responsible to solve mental behavioral health problems or substance use disorders. And really, that is a huge piece of the problems we are seeing, not just in Tucson, but throughout Arizona and throughout the country. So I hear you, council member, and nobody in this table is saying that the problems that we're seeing are not a problem. We're all saying it is a problem, it is an issue, and we have to find solutions and fund solutions that are outside of just us as the city of Tucson. So I heard that in the motion. So I am going to be supportive of the motion as we move forward throughout the year, especially the fiscal year. I will be paying attention to the deficits that we know are happening, right, on our budget, and evaluate with the input of our Tucson Police Department, of Suntran and its operators. I know that Mikkel Oglesby is here. He has been a really good partner at bringing the voice of the operators to the city of Tucson, and I appreciate it. And I just want you to know that we want to continue finding solutions for what the operators are bringing to our table. It's not the end. It is a continuation of finding solutions for what we're seeing. So I know that there's some hands up. Vice Mayor, I think you're gonna be the last person to be able to speak. We've run out of time, but this is only a continuation of the conversation. Vice Mayor?
I think I saw Councilmember Ulick's hand up before me. So I don't know if you wanted to go to her.
Councilmember
and then
Ulick, did you want to add something?
Thank you. I'll be super, super brief. I'll try anyway. Paul, you're our math guy, and I rarely even hazard to pretend to question your math, but we have 40 incidents a day if we have 15,000, and we have 50,000 boardings a day. I'm not making light of that, and I think there's probably underreporting. So I'm not going to downplay the significance of what we're seeing, but I agree 1,000% with the mayor and others, including Chief Kazmar. The root causes of what we're seeing are what we ideally would remain focused on. And fentanyl is a huge driver of what we're seeing. In terms of resources for the system, I also just want to remind everybody that we did identify that Sunlink is subsidized to the tune of $7 million a year. And we moved to create a mobility enterprise in the downtown area and to begin looking at parking and the very low rates and hours of coverage for parking that we charge compared to other cities like Tempe and Mesa and Phoenix, in order to raise revenues. So we did, in fact, take that and several other significant actions in order to address the gap in funds needed for transit. This is also part of why I think comparative data is going to be critical, because the other cities that I've mentioned that are lower in population, like Atlanta, Miami, New Orleans, Tampa, Sacramento, Long Beach, I want to know, are their incidents higher or lower relative to their boardings? They charge fares. We could be setting operators up for just more conflict by reinstituting fares, because people who are high on fentanyl or meth or, these other issues that we're seeing with behavioral health are likely to be the ones who will be non-compliant, and it puts more on our operators. So I just want to make sure we're thinking about unintended consequences, like with removing bus stops and charging fares, which punish the 17 million rides, the 50,000 a day, let's say it's 49,000, who are absolutely law-abiding, hardworking folks, punishing them to try and get after, the folks who we know are really suffering and causing suffering. So I guess I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Ulick, for your comments. I think for this item, we're talking about the Transit Safety Action Plan, and we're not talking about fares. So I think it's a little frustrating to kind of conflate these two things together. We decided that if we were having concerns around safety, that we needed to focus on that and figure out, what was happening in and around our transit systems. I guess I've said this before, but as I'm hearing it again about the businesses and the impact on the businesses, we know the majority of thefts and assaults are people in cars, and we're not talking about, going after drivers in some way like that's the, that's their gateway vehicle. On the contrary, the bus, if we have a problem person, it makes it easier to be able to get them riding the bus than if they were in their own private vehicle. Are also private businesses. I've had Sam and myself talk to private businesses who were interested in removing a bus stop, and we engage in dialogue with them. And a lot of the times through that conversation, what came up was the businesses not having proper lighting, not having a proper way to enclose their areas when they're not operating, so having it more secured. So, and even having that dialogue, giving them tools to figure out how they can, with infrastructure and lighting, minimize that kind of interaction. Because even I get this all the time, right, with our businesses owners, and why it's such an important part of the work that we do in Ward 1. But businesses are also private. They're private businesses. And even when we own our homes, it's our private property, it's private homes, and we're the ones responsible for putting up any kind of security measures if we're having issues in and around in our home. And that I don't think it's any different for businesses. So for somehow to make the leap that to protect our businesses, we have to charge fares, I think is unfair and within this conversation. So I just wanted to add that, Mayor, and I hope we can, just keep moving this item forward. I don't disagree with Councilmember Cunningham. And we've talked about it before that we need, if we're gonna put something on the ballot around transit, it's gonna need to be robust, because even if we were to go back to charging fares and we think that we can make $8 million back, that is making the assumption that close to 80% of our riders would continue. And I believe that would not be the case. And so we would then be paying huge amounts, millions of dollars for a system serving half of the riders that we have right now. So those are my 2 cents, and I hope my colleagues can support me on this motion.
All righty, there is a motion on the floor. Councilman Lee, there's a question, and then Vice Mayor, if you can reread your motion.
That was actually going to be my question, Mayor. And with respect to the businesses, I went out and did my own work yesterday to talk to businesses, and there's a Walmart at Speedway and Kolb that literally has the damn dog food behind glass because everything walks out the door. So not every business can afford to put everything behind glass and hire employees to unlock every shelf so that people can just buy their goods and services. So I understand there's a lot of people who are victims of retail theft and things that are happening, and those are very real because those costs get passed on to all of us. So I think that we have to listen to all the voices in the community that are being impacted by what's going on in and around bus stops. And so I would like to hear the motion again, just to make sure, because I have a few other things that I'm curious if they are included in the motion or not, to see if I'll support it.
Vice Mayor, can you read the motion, please?
Yes, I move that the city manager include the following considerations in the transit safety action plan that returns to mayor and council, and he had said 60 days instead of 30. Coordinate the presence of TPD and contracted security, prioritize stops and corridors, deploy transit ambassador outreach teams, consult with Suntran operators to identify safety infrastructure and operator protections, and require written operator safety protocols and training for Suntran operators, review and provide input on the action plan with TTAC and Suntran operators, adopt and actively promote the use of the free transit app widely used by transit systems nationwide to enable real-time rider feedback, and further move that the city manager work with relevant and appropriate state and local jurisdictions for the provision of mental, substance abuse, and behavioral health resources for impacted individuals.
Yeah, question from Councilman Lee.
Vice Mayor, I was wondering if you would be willing to add to evaluate opportunities to better protect bus operators on the bus itself. I don't know if you mentioned that, but would you be willing to add that to your motion?
For sure. I had the require written operator safety protocols and training, but we can add that to that.
Okay.
Could you give me the verbiage again?
I just wrote evaluate opportunities to better protect bus operators. It's not as fancy of language, but that's the idea.
Okay, you said evaluate
opportunities to better protect bus operators.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So the motion maker and the seconder approve of the additional language?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Councilmember Cunningham.
if you're gonna protect, but if there's evaluation protecting bus riders, I can't vote against that. I'm not going to be on record voting against that. So I'll support the motion, but I will say that I still don't have confidence that we're going to be able to fund all the things that are going to be recommended.
Well, there are conversations about funding coming in the future. It's not the end. Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, I would concur. I think we've established that the continuation of free transit will persist beyond even just the council that we have today. I think I wanted to ask the question is, I know that we're about to touch on RTA. Is there a contingency plan should the RTA fail that we're already beginning to explore?
Mayor, Councilmember Bettis, thank you. That's an excellent question. In fact, we are actively working on an RTA alternative service plan because we know that just over $9 million of RTA funds provides funding for service in the city of Tucson. City limits. And so we're actually going to prepare for two scenarios. One where RTA Next passes, and we believe there's going to be not only continuing the current investment, but an enhancement to that. And then also what an RTA Next, without RTA Next looks like, and reducing that investment and what those service impacts are going to be to Suntran.
Alrighty, so if there are no additional questions, all those in favor of the motion as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much for your work. Really appreciate you all. Thank you for bringing us this, and I look forward to continue making sure that we have a safe city, and looking forward to additional details about how we work the plan, right? Alrighty, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sam. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, so we move on to item 5. Time has been set aside to provide mayor and council an update on delivery of 2006 RTA program and RTA Next. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is the continuation of our dialogue about all things RTA. Without further ado, here's Sam Credio.
Thank you, Mr. Manager and Madam Mayor, members of the council. Don't have a ton of updates for you, but I want to provide some information on what's happened since the last time we discussed this item. At that time, we had talked about what the RTA Next plan was going to look like, and in fact, the mayor and council unanimously voted to support the 20-year half-cent sales tax plan, which includes $2.67 billion of transportation infrastructure investment in the city and Pima County. Since that time, the RTA board met, and on August 25th, the board approved the RTA Next plan to be sent to the Pima County Board of Supervisors to call an election in March of 2026. On September 2nd, 2025, the Pima County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to call that election on March 10th, 2026. And so now the RTA, along with its jurisdictional partners, are working on all the things that need to go into having that election happen in March. In your material, I did provide you with a timeline of all of the activities that are going to occur. I'm not going to go through that in great detail, other than I am going to tell you that one of the steps we are taking right now is working diligently as a region to define the administrative code, as well as the policies, objectives, and procedures. A lot of that work was done actually after the vote in 2006. We have a lot of lessons learned from the first RTA, and so we are grinding through that every Wednesday morning to come up with a finalized set of documents that are expected to be approved by the RTA board at their December meeting. Now that all of the RTA Next work is done, if you will, we shift our attention to, our full attention, if you will, to delivering RTA 1. We know how important it is that we complete our projects, and so we are spending a lot of time working through that. In fact, every 2 weeks, me and my staff meet, all the project managers get together, and we literally go project by project. But what's different is we now have the RTA at the table. We've invited them to those meetings, they participate, and we try to identify if there are any barriers to completion of the program, and we try to address those more proactively. So we are working really hard on delivering all of the projects we have remaining. Valencia is currently still under construction. Grant 3-4 is still under construction. I'm happy to report that Downtown Links will have a ribbon cutting at the beginning of 2026. And so I expect that we are going to show the voters that we've made significant progress on our projects. Lastly, I do want to mention that there'll be a number of IGAs coming your way later this fall, including an authority to acquire direction from Mayor and Council for Grant 5 and 6, because we've re-kicked off that meeting, and there are over 100, I think over 150 properties that have to be acquired for that. So we'll be bringing that to you, as well as the IGA with the RTA for funding for that right-of-way. And that concludes my update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Simon, I wanted to add that now that the RTA plan has been approved and is moving forward to the March 2026 ballot, we need to continue our focus, as you said, with the RTA 1. I know that we are working and we're in much better communication and relationship with our new PAG RTA Executive Director, Mr. Ortega. I guess my question is, how do we, move forward as expeditiously as possible with the RTA 1? And if if you have enough staff and are prepared to move forward with the rest of RTA 1 with the staff that you have.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. I will tell you that our project managers do have a lot on their plate. I try to remind the RTA staff when I meet with them that we do more than just RTA projects.
Yeah.
We have Proposition 411, Proposition 407, among many other things that we're doing as a department. So I will tell you they have a very full plate. However, we're talking with the RTA about what sort of opportunities are there for them to potentially help augment our staff. Maybe they can lend some project managers. We're even talking to ADOT about how they can potentially support project delivery. The other thing we're doing is looking at the process in general and how can we compress some of these timelines that are in the project delivery process. In fact, we just met this morning to go through that. And so we're looking at many different opportunities to try to streamline the process to hopefully make it a little bit easier on our project managers, but definitely making sure that we can still complete the program.
Thank you so much for that, Sam. I think that's, as we prepare ourselves to inform the community on RTA Next, we still have to make sure that we move forward in full speed with delivering the promise to the voters of the RTA 1 projects. Also, I wanted to report to my colleagues on the council that at the last RTA board meeting, I did ask my colleagues on that board to add elements of transparency and accountability that are clear, including a citizen oversight commission. I also asked them to consider adding language to make sure that the contractors we work with for RTA Next projects are responsible and provide proper classification and safe work environment for the workers that our taxpayer dollars are paying for. And so that language that I provided was approved unanimously at the RTA board. So I was very happy about that. Other than that, I don't have anything else to report, and I want to see if there's any questions or comments from the colleagues. All right, seeing none, that's great, perfect. We move on to item 6. Thank you, Sam, really appreciate your updates and your work. So we move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss the possibility to authorize a financial participation agreement between the city and the Primavera Foundation for the Star Village Pilot Project. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this item is in order for us to bring to fruition the Star Village opening, which is still targeted for October 15th. We're in the final stages of doing the enabling agreements that allow us to proceed. This item is essentially requesting that you approve the agreement with Primavera as to form, allowing me to execute the agreement when we get to a final conclusion, because we want to not miss that date. So I'll turn it to City Attorney Ray Lusk to add some.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Honorable Mayor, members of council. So what we're just basically looking for direction today is just the opportunity for, as the manager said, the opportunity for the manager to finish the agreement, execute the agreement so we can get it rolling for the 10/15 date.
Any detail that you want to add that the agreement has? And I also want to thank Tisha Tallman, CEO of the Primavera Foundation, which I see here with her staff. Thank you so much for being here. Any additional information you want to add to the conversation?
Sure, Honorable Mayor and members of council, I have my colleague Chris Avery here with me too, who has been involved in the negotiation agreement. He can talk more about it.
Good afternoon, members of the Mayor and Council. You can see from the agreement that we have provided to you that we have most of the details worked out, but there are still a few things that are left. Most of the details that we have left to iron out relate to the budget. There are some last-minute changes and some updates to that budget, and so we will include those in the final agreement that's signed by the city manager. In fact, we've just been working, I think as of yesterday, we were working on a newer form of the budget in order to get that submitted. But the basic outlines of the budget are there. Most of the items that we need to spend money for and how those percentage will be allocated are in the budget that's attached to the agreement. The budget may change $10,000 here or there depending on some last-minute items such as lights and climate control for the tents, etc. We've got the preliminary drafts worked out for the procedures at the site, which are attached as an exhibit, a preliminary map of the layout of the site, and have worked out some of the complicated legal issues that are involved in the agreement, most notably with indemnification. So I want you to understand in signing this agreement that we are going to take on the responsibility for any nuisance claims that arise from this encampment. Those will be the city's responsibility to defend. And that's probably if the camp it runs correctly, then we think we can avoid those claims. If the camp isn't, if the camp is chaotic, then it will not work that way. One of the things that is important is that there is a shortfall in the budget, and so we've worked on. There are some opportunities for fundraising in the course of the next year, and there are some opportunities perhaps as new budget cycles come around at the start of the next fiscal year to make up for those shortfalls. But we've also made sure that this budget doesn't commit the mayor and council to spending money that it doesn't have. And so if there are shortfalls in the budget and we reach a point where the available funds start to become basically 1 month of expenses, then we will have the opportunity to terminate the site early for failure to meet the budget requirements. But we think that the agreement that you have in front of you and that we're going to ask the city manager to sign when we get finished is a good agreement, and the project can proceed apace.
All right, any questions? Councilmember Dahl.
No questions. I'm so excited and grateful that Primavera is our partner in this. It gives me a lot of confidence, and I think it gives the public a lot of confidence that this is going to be a well-run pilot project and not a crazy homeless camp that is something like we see in washes or in bus stops. It's going to be great. Mayor, if we need a motion, I'd be glad to make it.
Alrighty, go ahead, Councilmember.
I move that we proceed as asked by the city manager to negotiate this contract and sign it.
There is a
Second.
motion. And there's a second, and we'll go into further discussion. I just wanted to as well thank Primavera and O Pueblo Community Services, as well as Victoria DeVazo for bringing this idea forward to the council. La Frontera and Pima County Health Department for supporting this pilot program. And of course, I want to also recognize the continued work of Councilmember Ulick and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, as well as Councilmember Dahl. Again, I think that what distinguishes all of us on the mayor and council and our city manager and our staffs is that we're willing to pivot and try pilots, right? We've tried Housing First as a pilot first when the pandemic hit. And we saw the numbers in terms of how positively it was affecting people. We tried our VIVA, our Vitalization Action Program, as a pilot as well. It was called PNI at the beginning. And we have seen the long-term transformative change that pilot program has resulted in reducing gun violence in some places more than 80%. And so the same way with Star Village, it is piloting an innovative model that is providing safety in other cities, and we are willing to try a pilot program. Again, we know that there is a limited amount of funds available to try the pilot, and we want to make sure that the neighbors surrounding Star Village are comfortable and have the ability to touch base with Primavera Foundation and its workers and O Pueblo Community Services, and those of us in the city, right? To make sure that the neighbors surrounding, the businesses surrounding are feeling comfortable with the services that are being provided at Star Village. So I'm appreciative of all the work that's been done so far, and looking forward to piloting a program that seems to be providing a safe space to sleep for other cities, and hopefully that we can connect those individuals that are living on the street, that are vulnerable and need help with long-term services, because the end goal is to move people out of living in the streets and into much more long-term approaches to their living situation. So looking forward to that. Any other comments, questions on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Avery. Thank you so much, Mr. Lusk, and City Manager, and all of those involved, Primavera Foundation and their workers. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
just take a moment. I want to acknowledge Assistant City Manager Liz Morales, who's chatting with Ward 5 Councilmember Rocky Perez right now. This project took a lot of people to bring it together. It took a lot of leadership from members of the mayor and the council and our community partners, but it also took that one person who was able to bring it all together and deliver services to our community. So I want to take a moment to thank Liz Morales for your efforts on this project.
Thank you so much, Liz. We really appreciate your work and your knowledge and your guidance through this effort. Alrighty, so really appreciate it. Thank you all. We're moving on to item 7. Time has been set aside to give mayor and council an opportunity for discussion and direction to matters pending in front of the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this has become one of our new standing items. And for this particular meeting, we provided a written report on these matters. We didn't have anything of an immediate urgency, so we don't have a verbal report for today's meeting.
On this item, I just wanted to bring attention to my request to Chair Rex Scott on a joint meeting. I will be, I've asked and we've talked about a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors on unsheltered homeless, directed conversation with the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor and Council since March of this year. I again requested that we have a joint meeting in, what was it, early September, late August, Mr. Manager, that we talked about, broached this subject again?
That's correct, yeah.
And again, I requested that we have a joint meeting via email. I will formalize it even more with a memo to Chair Scott and Vice Chair Allen that we focus a joint meeting on unsheltered homeless and fentanyl and opioid use in our community and how it pertains to our work together. So I'll follow up on that with a memo by the end of this week. Other commentary or observations for item 7 today? All right, hearing none, we move on to item 8. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council to receive an update on state and national legislation regional committees, executives, orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Yes, there is a lot happening, and here to give us our biweekly update on that is Stephanie Zamora.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Today marks day 8 of the federal government shutdown, and unfortunately, I am unable to report that clear progress has been made toward reopening the government. The Senate has now voted 6 times without success in advancing the competing proposals, and this underscores how deeply divided both sides remain. The House did not return to session this week, and the Speaker has indicated that he will not bring members back until the Senate passes the House-passed continuing resolution. However, the Senate remains in session. And as I shared before, the main dispute continues to center on healthcare funding and Affordable Care Act premium tax credits that must be addressed or renewed before the end of the year. Like I mentioned previously as well, during the shutdown, essential services remain open, but many federal employees are furloughed. And at our local level, we're closely monitoring the impact on the city's departments and services in the broader community, and I've reported to the council where we stand there. However, the longer the shutdown lasts, the greater the strain is on everyone. And with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my updates, and I'll hand it back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate your report. I wanted to report on not just the shutdown, which is an unsustainable situation. Unfortunately, the House has been on vacation and wasting precious time to come to the table to find a solution for a continuing resolution. It is also unacceptable that the House Majority Leader Johnson has not sworn in our duly elected representative, Adelita Grijalva. She was elected overwhelmingly by the people of Tucson. And Speaker Johnson has not sworn her in, so we remain without a voice in Congressional District 7 in Congress. I recently led in putting together a letter from mayors across Southern Arizona urging Speaker Johnson to act and renewing the call to swear in our duly elected representative to Congress. And just as we defend our community's voice in Congress, we must also defend our community's voice in higher education. Recently, the University of Arizona was targeted with a so-called federal compact that conditions funding on political mandates, an attempt to dictate how our university serves our community. As our state's land-grant institutionally federally recognized Hispanic serving institution and one of the nation's leading public research university, it plays a vital role in advancing access, excellence, and equity. I want to thank Councilmember Perez and Vice Mayor Lane Santa Cruz for bringing that resolution to this mayor and council for consideration. I really expect our university's leadership to reject this proposal and call on Arizona's congressional delegation to join us in defending academic freedom. Tucson will always protect education, opportunity, and the future of our community. So thank you, Councilmember Perez and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, for bringing that resolution to the table. Other than that, any comments, questions? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to expand on your concern about our president. During this time, he has said things that about our furloughed federal employees, and my heart goes out, and I've talked to several people I know who work, for instance, for the Park Service who are furloughed. Every other time, people have gotten their back pay. And in fact, a law establishing that was signed by President Trump in his first administration. So his talking about there'll be some people who won't get paid and won't come back, I think is outrageous in this time of such anxiety for people who have been serving our country, people who are still in their jobs, are working their jobs without getting paid. If you're flying, the TSA folks, the people who are fighting fires, our military, they're not going to get a paychecks. And as we know, some people are living paychecks to paychecks. And so the uncertainty and the chaos should not be put on the backs of these working people who, in a sense, are our colleagues as being part of the government of the United States. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others?
Mayor,
Mr. City Attorney?
thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. I just wanted to notify the mayor and council that pursuant to your direction earlier this year, we have joined with a lawsuit filed against DHS that was filed on the September 30th, protecting the funding sources that we receive from that agency, also related to improper standard terms and conditions that were placed on those funds, and we're proceeding in that litigation.
Thank you so much. Anything else? Already hearing none.
Real quick,
Councilmember Perez?
just wanted to make everyone aware. So the Metro Education Commission is going to bring forth, or actually is already in the process of working with Pima County to change the composition of the commission and rename itself. Pima County is going to be considering that, and then subsequently a similar copy will be coming forth to mayor and council. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that as it relates to Pima County.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the update. Alrighty. With that, thank you, Stephanie. We move on to item 9. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda or the regular agenda? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. My office has asked for a continuance of item 12, the Curaleaf expansion. Not that there's a huge concern, but we haven't had a chance to talk with the business about this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Already hearing none, we move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Already hearing none, we are adjourned. The regular study session will start at 5:40, so that we can give a nice break in between. So we'll start at 5:40, and we will start with PHA meeting and then the regular meeting. With that, thank you so much. Have a nice break. Stretch your legs, and then we'll see here at 5:40. Thank you. The meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. For the record, Council Members Ulick and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz will do this meeting by Teams. Ms. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham. Here. Commissioner Dahl.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Fimbres. Oh, and I'm sorry. Commissioner Perez. Commissioner Ulick. She's online. Commissioner Hawkins.
Here.
Chair Romero.
Here.
Oh, she's
There she is.
Okay.
Here. And we're having a little bit of difficulty with the audio.
Yeah.
So let's make sure that we're audible. Okay. All righty, let's go to item 2.
Public Housing Authority, write-off uncollectible tenant accounts, receivable approval.
Before we get a motion for this item, I just want to welcome our new commissioner, Ms. Tristan Hawkins. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve with us.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, let's go to item 2. City Manager's PHA Communication Number 19 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-46 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-46 relating to Public Housing Authority, authorizing the write-off of $335,756.28 of certain uncollectible tenant accounts receivable and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2025-46.
So there is a motion. May I get a second, please?
Second. I don't think the mics are working though.
Ask them to check them.
And we're checking on the mics. There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick,
Aye.
Chair Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-46 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority Fiscal Year 2025 Annual Review.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 20 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. What is the board's pleasure? I think
Your
we
Honor,
have
I'm not sure if this requires action, but it says me, so do I need to make a motion to accept the review?
All righty, there is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And I don't know, were we going to have a presentation for this item? Ann Chineka, Director of the Housing Community Development Department, will present before we do a roll call.
Yes, good evening, Chair Romero and Board of Commissioners. So I'll keep this brief, but in my ongoing quest to continue to improve communication to the Public Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, we've started our monthly memos to you that you receive each month. And then we also wanted to provide this annual snapshot to you based on last year's fiscal year. And so very quickly, our biggest program under the Public Housing Authority is the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And so last fiscal year, we administered over $52 million in housing assistance payments on behalf of participants to area property owners. And that administered over 5,000 vouchers to Tucson and Pima County families. There are currently 41,000 people on the wait list. Another large program under the Public Housing Authority is our public housing program. We have provided housing to around 1,200 families. That number is down slightly from the year before, and that is mostly because of taking a lot of units offline at Tucson House in preparation for the renovation of the Tucson House. Our occupancy rate was about 97%. That was also down just a smidgen based on a change in practice that HUD made this past year, and we're still really figuring out the timing on when we submit those approvals. In terms of our Public Housing Capital Fund, I will thank Deputy Director Jason Thorpe, who really made sure to overhaul the Capital Fund program this past year. So we spent over $3 million in capital fund monies to improve over 205 units and also make some long-needed improvements, such as 2 vans for our housing techs that drive all over the city. We have 2 self-sufficiency programs. One is the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and to be honest, Commissioner Hawkins can speak to this better than I can, but we have over 115 households on the FSS program, and with an average escrow savings of $13,000. This past year, we also relaunched the Resident Opportunities for Self-Sufficiency program. So this is a program, we have our resident services team at the Tucson House, but our Ross coordinator provides services to other public housing sites besides the Tucson House. And then, very importantly, financial considerations. Our public housing finished the fiscal year in the black for the first time since 2020. So there was a lot of effort made, and of course that does come at a consequence. We still have too many units offline. That's something we're working really hard to change, but it's a trade-off in working within the budget and hiring contractors to make sure those units come online. We were in shortfall on our housing choice voucher payments, which means we projected to be by the end of the year having our budget fully expended. Good news is right before the government shutdown, we were notified we did receive some shortfall funding. So we do think we'll finish the year right about on track. And then last, and I think this is really important, we're continuing to work on the asset repositioning of our units from public housing to a voucher platform to really ensure the long-term sustainability of the PHA. And so that's all. Happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to provide that overview of last year.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Alrighty, hearing none, I think there is a motion on the floor and a second, and this is going to actually be a voice vote. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Move on to item 4.
Public hearing, approval of updates to the Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 22, dated October 8th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-47 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-47 relating to public housing, approval and adoption of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authorities, update to the Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-47.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins? Aye. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-47 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 5.
Public hearing, approval of updates of the 2025 PHA Annual Plan.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 18 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-45 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-45 relating to public housing, approval and adoption of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authorities, updates to the Public Housing Authority Annual Plan, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-45.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl,
Aye.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins. Aye. Commissioner Ulick,
Aye.
Commissioner Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham, Chair Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-45 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 6,
Approval of minutes.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 21 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the August 6th, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 7,
Adjournment.
the meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hawkins. Really appreciate your service.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Bettis,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mixulic,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Before we go into item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for a mayor and council meeting. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. We will now go on to item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Bruce Bateman, Gospel Rescue Mission. After the invocation, I will ask you to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, and city staff members, let us pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we're so honored that you've given us this beautiful city of Tucson to live in, to dwell in, to work in, to raise our families in, God, to be stewards of. And we just thank you for this opportunity to come together collaboratively, to work together to make this city the best it possibly can, to be a shining star for the state of Arizona and for this wonderful country that we live in. Father, I just pray a hedge of protection upon every family that's represented in this building tonight. I pray a hedge of protection. I pray for health and prosperity and peace. Lord, for your grace to shine above all. God, I just pray those, the commissioners and the mayor and the staff, that you'd grant them the wisdom and direction to take care of the city matters and the business. Grant them health, Lord. Be with them, Lord, as they go about their daily jobs and making this a wonderful place to live, a wonderful place to dwell. God, we thank you, Lord, that we come together, Lord, to all want to do the same thing, and that is to make this place better for all of us. God, we thank you and praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Bateman, for gracing us with your words and with your presence. Alrighty, we will move on to item 2C, which are the presentations. We'll have a few, and I'll invite my council colleagues if you want to join me for any one of them. Our first proclamation is to proclaim October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Our second proclamation will be declaring October 16th to be Imagine a Day Without Water. And then our third proclamation will be to proclaim October 11th, 2025 to be the Tucson International Day of the Girl. I'm going to go down there and then call our guests to join us. And if you'd like to join me, please feel free. Guests who are here from Domestic Violence Awareness for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Please join me if you can. Anna Harper, the CEO of Emerge, Karina Valle from Emerge as well, Josue Romero, all staff from Emerge, Caitlin Monge from Southern Arizona Center Against Sexual Assault, Larry Starks, Tucson Juneteenth Festival, Lance Meeks from Goodwill Industries of Arizona, Beatriz Sanchez Padilla, Consulado de Mexico en Tucson, and any others who would like to join us for this proclamation. Please join us up here. And we have a beautifully framed one for you. There you go. And then we have a extra one, just in case anyone else wants to take it. All righty, so on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to declare October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month in our community. Thank you all for being here and all of the work that you do, the very important work in providing services to the families that need it and need it in the most vulnerable time in their lives. So, whereas domestic violence occurs in epidemic proportions across the United States, affecting more than 6 million people each year. And whereas October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month across the United States, as signified by the wearing of color purple, to remind people that we must stop this dangerous and deadly epidemic. And whereas domestic abuse causes untold trauma to children and adults in our community and harms families physically, emotionally, and economically. And whereas what began as a grassroots movement in August of 1975 with the Tucson Center for Women and Children has evolved into a comprehensive survivor-centered organization dedicated to fostering healing, safety, and liberation for all. This year, Emerge celebrates their 50th anniversary by reflecting on their journey, honoring the voices of survivors, and reaffirming their commitment to a future free from violence, led by hope, resilience, and transformation. Whereas in 2024, 5,345 individuals experiencing domestic abuse received services at Emerge. 12,782 emergency shelter bed nights were provided to families and wraparound services were offered to victims. 95% of participants shared their safety improved after receiving services from Emerge. And whereas in 2024, the Tucson Police Department and the Pima County Sheriff's Department received more than 16,000 domestic violence calls and documented over 7,500 incidents. And whereas Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse, the City of Tucson, TPD, Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, and other partners are committed to a comprehensive response to end domestic violence in our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month and encourage our community to wear purple clothing or a purple ribbon to stand in solidarity with domestic abuse victims. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 8th day of October 2025. Thank you so much for your service to our community. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you so much, Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and members of the council. On behalf of the 28 adults, 34 children, 1 dog, and 1 cat currently residing in our shelter, and the thousands of other individuals and families served by Emerge each year, we are humbled to accept this proclamation and receive it as a statement of continued support from the Mayor and Council of the City of Tucson. Last fiscal year, we received 4,488 calls to our hotline. 123 adults, 138 children lived in our shelter. 2,235 people accessed support in our community-based sites. 306 men in this community engaged in our men's education program, working to learn how to be safer in their relationships. And as a part of the Firearms Technical Assistance Project at Tucson City Court, 212 victims were connected to a high-risk advocate. 174 firearms were turned in, and some 449 prohibited possessors were recorded in the NICS system. Embedded in these numbers, 2,032 referrals came to Emerge from local law enforcement agencies, 92% of which originate from the Tucson Police Department. 76% of those referrals were people who are at high risk of being seriously harmed or killed. This proclamation honors that there is a life behind each one of these numbers and statistics. And as we near the close of our golden anniversary, 50 years of service to our community, our work remains as urgent as ever. We are grateful for our many supporters, contributors, and volunteers who have allowed us to sustain our work. And we extend our deep gratitude to our partners at the Center Against Sexual Assault, Goodwill of Southern Arizona, the Juneteenth Festival Committee, the City of Tucson's Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program, and the Consulado de Mexico, and Indivisible Tono. Your steadfast belief in our shared mission continues to strengthen the foundation of a safer and more compassionate community. Now more than ever, we need the support of our community to sustain this critical work. We invite you to join us for our second annual Footsteps for Healing Walk to be held at Reed Park on Saturday, October 18th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This walk and community gathering centers survivors, families, and neighborhoods in a shared commitment to end violence. Let us walk side by side in a powerful statement of unity, resilience, and love. Domestic violence, gun violence, sexual assault, transphobia, racism, and violence against tribal communities are deeply interconnected. Together, they form a complex web of harm that touches every corner of our community. As we move forward, we honor all who have been affected and lift up the truth that healing and safety are born from community. Thank you.
Alrighty, our second proclamation is proclaiming October 16th as Imagine a Day Without Water Awareness Proclamation. And I'd like to have our Tucson Water Director, John Kimmick, and invite others, community groups, to join us. Pascuayaqui Chairman Julian Hernandez, Fatima Luna, the city's Chief Resiliency Officer, Karina Martinez, Community Relations Coordinator, Katie Gannon, the Executive Director of Tucson Clean and Beautiful, Lisa Shipek, Executive Director at Watershed Management Group, Rory Junman, representing CWAC, Kate Houghton, the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, and representatives that are here with us from Sierra Club Nopales Group, Vanessa Gallego, Jobs with Justice, and Green Stormwater Infrastructure Initiatives, and any others that would like to join us up here. All righty. So I don't know if we have there it is. You get a framed one too. And then, if you'd like to hold this is an extra one. Alrighty, so thank you so much for joining us. What you do is incredible, and really appreciate the work and bringing attention to the importance of water in our community. Whereas the City of Tucson recognizes Imagine a Day Without Water as a national day of action as part of the Value of Water campaign, created to highlight the value of water in our daily lives and the systems that deliver it, encouraging residents, businesses, and policymakers to reflect on how indispensable water is to our health, environment, and economy. And whereas safe, clean, reliable, high-quality water is essential to the health and well-being of Tucsonans, the environment, and our local economy, sustained through sound planning, investment in resources, and infrastructure management. And whereas the City of Tucson adopted the One Water 2100 plan, an integrated water resource management strategy, committing to resilience, equity, stewardship, and quality of life by diversifying water supplies, promoting water reuse, advancing sustainable infrastructure, and preparing our future for uncertainties through community-inclusive scenario planning. Whereas Imagine a Day Without Water aligns with national efforts to emphasize the critical connection between strong water systems and a thriving economy, from restaurants to hospitals and technology companies. And whereas the City of Tucson is committed to advancing water equity, engaging with underserved neighborhoods and marginalized populations to ensure fair and reliable water service for all. And whereas Tucson Water's dedicated staff of more than 500 employees, 2 water systems, operate 4 groundwater recharge facilities, maintain over 4,600 miles of potable water pipeline, and nearly 200 miles of reclaimed water pipeline. and provide service to more than 750,000 people across Tucson and 6 surrounding communities. And whereas Tucson Water's commitment to protecting public health and the environment began with a conservation approach to water quality management and consistently meeting and exceeding all applicable regulations. And whereas the City of Tucson's reclaimed water system has provided a renewable supply to meet non-potable demands, such as irrigating parks, schools, golf courses, and university facilities, helping to conserve potable supplies for drinking water needs since 1983. And whereas a reliable water supply is fundamental to maintaining Tucson's economy and overall quality of life, and Tucson's water proactive supply planning aims to minimize the impacts of drought, climate change, and regional water supply challenges. And whereas Imagine a Day Without Water provides an opportunity for elected officials, community leaders, businesses, and residents to come together to raise awareness, foster collaboration, and reaffirmed our shared responsibility to safeguard water resources for future generations. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 16, 2025 to be Imagine a Day Without Water in the City of Tucson, and encourage all of the residents, businesses, and community organizations to participate in activities and conservation that highlight the value of water, the importance of investing in resilient water infrastructure, and the essential work of our water professionals. I further urge that these efforts align with the guiding principles of the city's One Water 2100 plan, our long-range integrated water resource strategy designed to ensure resilience, equity, stewardship, and quality of life for generations to come. Through collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility, we can ensure a sustainable water future where no one in Tucson ever has to truly imagine a day without water. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 8th day of October, 2025. Congratulations for all of the work that you do. And after all of those words that I had to say, I do need some water. Would you like to add something, any one of you? Please, you're always welcome. Yes, Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and council members. What a wonderful proclamation. I'm Lisa Shipek with Watershed Management Group. And I just want to acknowledge that water is sacred. And we especially feel that here in the Sonoran Desert. Water is so sacred, and we each have a role in stewarding our local waters, our creeks, our rivers, our springs, our aquifers, our rainwater, our stormwater. And we have such a wonderful conservation ethic here in Tucson. But I really want to acknowledge as well that these sacred waters have been stewarded since time immemorial by the indigenous communities that have been here, and we have so much to learn from them to get back to that way of stewarding our waters once again. So this is part of that effort, and just thank you to all the organizations, Tucson Water, everyone who's working to do that.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. I just want to also point out, I'm John Kamik, Director of Tucson Water. So on behalf of the more than 500 employees at Tucson Water who absolutely love what we do, making sure that everybody in this community has safe, reliable access to water 24/7, 365. I want to personally thank all of the Tucson Water customers. The Tucson Water customers are some of the best customers in the country, if not the world. We've demonstrated how you can survive and have sustainable living in the desert and maintain a large water portfolio for generations to come. So on behalf of the utility, thank you to the Tucson Water customers for being awesome. Thanks.
Alrighty, I wish I had water for all of you guys, but I did have to drink a little bit of water after all that. Can we take a picture before you leave? Yay. Thank you for all the work you do, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. All righty, and our last but certainly not least, we're proclaiming October 11th to be the Tucson Day of the Girl, and would like to invite our guests, Kristen Garcia Hernandez, CEO of the Girl Scouts of Southern Arizona, Azucena Bravo, CEO of Mini Poderosas, and the young women and their parents that are here with us to celebrate the Day of the Girl. Please join us up here. And we have a few extra ones actually. Yeah, we have some space over here on this other side. Anyone else? All righty. Alrighty, so on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to proclaim October 11th to be Tucson Day of the Girl in Tucson. And I'd especially like to thank Councilmember Roque Perez for bringing to the attention this proclamation and putting it all together for us. Whereas the International Day of the Girl, observed globally on October 11th, celebrates the voices, dreams, and leadership of girls and young ladies, and reaffirms the importance of a world where every young lady can thrive. And whereas the City of Tucson recognizes that empowering girls and young ladies strengthens the entire community by fostering education, leadership, confidence, and civic engagement. And whereas Tucson is home to a vibrant network of organizations supporting growth, including Mini Poderosas, which mentors girls and young ladies from diverse backgrounds through confidence building, leadership cultivation, and educational opportunities. And the Girl Scouts of Southern Arizona, which prepares participants with skills in civic engagement, entrepreneurship, outdoor stewardship, and life readiness. And whereas through workshops, mentorship, summer camps, and community events, Mini Poderosas equips its minis with social emotional skills, career exposure, and support for future success, while the Girl Scouts of Southern Arizona continues its legacy of building courage, confidence, and character through hands-on learning and community service. And whereas the City of Tucson, Arizona, commends the efforts of Mini Poderosas and the Girl Scouts of Southern Arizona and all organizations advancing the empowerment of girls and young ladies, ensuring each can envision her future, embrace her power, and step confidently into leadership. Now therefore I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 11th, 2025 to be the Tucson Day of the Girl and encourage all residents to support the empowerment of girls and young ladies today and every day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 8th day of October 2025. Congratulations. I would like to invite you to say a couple of things and invite the girls to also comment if they'd like to, but. Perfect.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I am honored to stand before you today. I received this proclamation on behalf of our participants, their families, and board members of Mini Poderosas, which we have two today. Yay. Every year, we honor this day by having an event dedicated to girls and young ladies called A Day in My Uniform. On this day, we come together as a community and inspire youth. International Day of the Girl is a global movement on which to celebrate girls everywhere, amplifying their voices, actions, and leadership. It is a day that belongs to everyone who cares about girls and their rights. On this day, we come together to recognize and advocate for the full spectrum of girls' rights. I want to say thank you for joining Girl Scouts and Mini Poderosas on this movement. It takes a village. It really does. And today we honor and stand for all of the injustices still happening today with girls in developing countries. We will continue to advocate. Our organization has young leaders already doing so. We have our officers here that are learning already how to advocate. We stand united to every girl in this world. Gracias.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, it is an absolute honor to have you guys support and invest in the Girl Scouts. And it is truly great. It's amazing that you allowed us to be here to celebrate this proclamation. It is such an honor because we are the members of Tucson and we live here, and it's just an amazing opportunity to have you guys do this for us. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to add, I'm here, my name's Allison. I'm a program manager at Girl Scouts, and I'm here on behalf of Kristen Hernandez, who's very sorry that she could not be here. So thank you for lifting up girls in our community and supporting Girl Scouts, Mini Ponderosas, and all the other girl-focused organizations in our community. And I also would like to extend an invitation to our entire city, our community, and Southern Arizona in general. We are celebrating our 90th year as a council. So that's 90 years of impact, 90 years of girls of courage, confidence, and character. And we are celebrating with Scoutchella, a music festival in December. So come on down. It's open to everyone. Come learn about Girl Scouts, celebrate with us, hang out with us. It's going to be great. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the mayor and to the council people for this proclamation. We are very, very grateful. And I just want to say thank you to Azucena, because without Mini Ponderosas, I don't think I would have found my voice this earlier. And I've learned to advocate for myself and to be a leader. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. And you all are so sweet. So thank you.
I wanted to thank you all. I wanted to make sure that you all went home with something. So we also got you each certificates. I can do, is it Azucena? Azucena Jimenez? Yeah? You at the end, get back over here. There you go. And then we got Delaney. There we go. Is it Ayali? Iyali? There we go. And then Sophia, it's right there. And then Carrie Ann, there you go. And then Holly. Is that Holly? Holly? All right, there you go. Cool.
Carrie Ann wants to say something quick.
Yeah. On October 11th, we are having an event at Tucson. Pima Community College campus, and we're inviting everybody out in the community. 10 a.m.
And another guy.
Alrighty, and that was it. And we move on. Thank you so much, everyone that attended, that came for the proclamations. Really appreciate your work in our community. We are going to move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 312 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. I would like to thank those willing to serve in our commissions and committees for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson. So is there any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Alrighty, seeing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 310, dated October 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, any joining us virtually?
Yes, Mayor.
Alrighty, so we'll start with the 2 virtual colleagues and then start over here on the dais. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So on Monday, October 13th from 2:30 to 10 p.m., the community is invited to attend Indigenous Peoples Day 2025, Planting Seeds of Change. This free event will take place on 26th Street between 6th Avenue and 4th Avenue and will feature food, local vendors, performances, and educational speakers celebrating the history and resilience of Indigenous people. And then on Wednesday, October 15th from 3:30 to 7 p.m., Pueblo High School will host their Warrior Block Party, a family-friendly gathering highlighting comida, música, and cultura. The event is open to all ages and will feature entertainment, food, and cultural activities organized by Pueblo's culturally relevant program. The locations at Pueblo High School, 3500 South 12th Avenue. And then finally on Sunday, October 12th at 8 a.m., join our office hosting our second Sunday BC Burritos Ride with Fuga. This is a free mobility event with the bike share from Tugo Bikes and Bin Burritos from Los Jarritos. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ulick, did you have any current events?
No announcements. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham?
I only have one announcement. We're probably going to make this announcement and then get no rain, but I'm going to make it anyway. So Hurricane Priscilla's course, Hurricane Priscilla is currently about 100 miles off the coast of where Cabo San Lucas is. It's heading north, and there's some discussion on whether or not it's going to head east partially as it gets closer to Ensenada. If it does, it'll be over the Gulf of California in the northern Sea of Cortez. When it does that, the last time it did that, we got a lot of rain here in Tucson. Some projections are at 3 and 4 inches this weekend. So, City of Tucson is staging sand in bags ahead of the expected rain from Hurricane Priscilla. Now, in my experience, if you go and fill up your bags and do all that stuff, then nothing happens. But if you're like, oh, it's not going to be a big deal, that's when it comes in. Any residents are encouraged to prepare early and protect. So you just bring your own shovel. Sand and empty bags will be available at High Corbett Field. That's where you can go. I think it started at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and it will go all through the week. The hurricane's going to hit landfall Thursday evening, and we'll know whether or not Friday or Saturday. So for those of you who are announcing some of your events this weekend, or your kids are in youth sports outdoors, you may have some alternative plans. So I just wanted to let the community know about that. I think that's pretty important. Thanks.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. There's so many great events in October. Everybody plans an event in October. I'm only going to mention one, Cyclovia, organized by Living Streets Alliance, when a route is closed down to cars, so other forms of transportation, bicycles especially, and pedestrians can enjoy all sorts of activities along the route. This year, the fall one is Sunday, October 26th. It's connecting the vibrant communities in Dunbar Spring, Barrio Blue Moon, Old Pascua, and Bronx Park from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can see the route and all the activities online. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Lee,
No announcements, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez.
I just want to reiterate, as we kind of touched on during proclamations, this Saturday, October 11th, is going to be the Day of the Girl, as well as a day of in my uniform with the mini Ponderosas. That's a collaboration with support from Pima Community College that aims to inspire young girls and young ladies by offering them the opportunity to explore careers through direct interactions with successful women. Again, that's going to be October 11th, starting at 10 a.m. at the Desert Vista campus. You can learn more at minipoderosas.org.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I have announcement and then a reminder. First announcement, please join me in our small business program along with the Tucson Industrial Development Authority tomorrow as we celebrate the grand opening of the Tucson Small Business Center from 4 to 7 p.m. at 600 South Meyer. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They create generational wealth, reduce poverty, and strengthen our community. That's why I championed the creation of the City of Tucson Small Business Program and why the City of Tucson is investing nearly $1 million in partnering with the Tucson Industrial Development Authority. We know that the best investment we can make is in our residents by giving them the tools to launch their businesses and the capital they need to grow. And the reminder, I want to remind voters that early voting for the City of Tucson general election begins today, and early ballots are being mailed. The November 4th general election includes elections for City Council seats in Ward 3, Ward 5, and Ward 6, as well as Proposition 417, which is our planned Tucson general plan, and school district budget overrides in TUSD and Sunnyside. More information is available at tucsonaz.gov/elections and at recorder.pima.gov. Please vote. Alrighty, we move on to item
Your Honor,
4.
I have one more announcement. I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
Councilmember Cunningham.
This one's a little more personal. It goes back to 1965. And Harrison Yoakum. So Harrison Yoakum, for some of you people who have been around a while, he was a Pima Community College instructor. He wore big, like, riding boots and one of those big 10-gallon hats around everywhere. He was quite an interesting person in Tucson. And he put an ad in the paper to establish the Tucson Botanical Gardens. My grandmother, Lillian Fisher, had gotten her law license like less than a year earlier. So she volunteered to be the attorney for the Tucson Botanical Gardens. And the two of them, along with some other folks, founded the Tucson Botanical Gardens. This year, the Tucson Botanical Gardens is it's celebrating its 50th year. And there's going to be a series of events from October 10th, which is this Friday, which is already sold out, all the way through May. So you can go to TucsonBotanical.org. We have a great botanical gardens in Tucson that celebrates our native plants of the desert and native flowers. And I really wouldn't want to disappoint my grandma by not mentioning it. So I hope you guys check it out. Thanks you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 311 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple of announcements for tonight. Effective on October 2nd, Tucson Water expanded its Community Assistance Resources for Economic Stability, or CARES program. This, for eligible customers, is an opportunity for them to receive a discount on their water service. And for more additional information, please see the Tucson Water website or reach out to us at Tucson Water. So that's an expansion of that program, hoping to reach additional folks. Sun Van recently got a delivery of some additional vehicles, some of which are paratransit vehicles that are all electric, which is a great expansion of our electric service, electric vehicle fleet in the Sun Van operation. and that's under a Biden administration Federal Transit Authority grant and funding pooled with the City of Tucson, Tucson Electric Power, and the Regional Transportation Authority. So that puts Tucson in a leadership position again with electrifying our transit fleet. And then finally, as the mayor mentioned, we do have programs supporting small businesses in Tucson. And tomorrow, City of Tucson, Groundswell Capital, and the Tucson Industrial Development Authority will be celebrating the grand opening of the Tucson Small Business Center tomorrow, October 9th, from 4 to 7 p.m. That's located at 600 South Meyer, just south of downtown. And it's in the former site of the historic Lee Ho Market, if you're familiar with that location. So please come out and join our celebration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5,
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 309 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have 5 applications for new licenses, one application for person transfer, 7 special event applications, and 1 agent change acquisition of control. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, except for item 5B3, Pueblo Vida Brewing in Ward 1. That item will be considered separately, so an appropriate motion at this time would be to forward items 5B1, 5B2, 5B4 through 5B6, 5C1 through 5C7, and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes,
Councilmember
Your
Cunningham?
Honor. I think we've got, we don't have cards for the Circle K at Tankerverde and Houghton?
We do.
Can we take that off? We need to
Do you want to
have,
consider that separately?
yes, please.
Okay. So what would be the appropriate motion, Ms. Clerk?
To approve items 5B2, 5B4 through 5B6, 5C1 through 5C7, and 5D1.
Accept that as an amendment?
Second.
Okay. So the motion as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. So there are 2 to be considered separately,
Yes.
correct? What is the first one, Ms. Clerk?
5B1, the Circle K store in Ward 2.
Alrighty, so Circle K store in Ward 2. Do we have any cards? We have a lot of cards. So I would suggest, I'm going to call a few, just so that we can hear, to see what the perspective of the neighbors. What I have been advised about is that all of these concerns and protests we received after, right, Ms. Clerk?
Yes.
After
the
the protest period. And so we did not have the concerns by neighbors logged in. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask 3 individuals to come up and speak, because they did want to speak on this item in particular. And then, Councilmember Cunningham, you can proceed after that. So our first speaker for the Circle K in Ward 2 is going to be Andrea Lekowitz.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I wanted to talk to you about 4 items. I apologize. My name is Andrea Lukowitz. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Circle K Incorporated. I wanted to mention 4 items that I'd like to talk to you about. 1 is the property history and some clarification that I think is needed. 2 is the procedure, the process where we are now. 3 is the community engagement, and the 4th is the substantive law. So Circle K has a few stores along Tankerverde. 1 is farther east than this site. This site is located at the southwest corner of Houghton and Tankerverde. It is a 5+ acre parcel, and Circle K has purchased only the corner, approximately 1 acre. there is still a buffer around the property where we intend to build. It was annexed by the city in 1984 and has been zoned C1 since that time. It has always been ready for commercial development. This is not new. Circle K did not ask for any changes to the zoning or any exceptions. The property will have substantial setbacks that will include natural landscaping in and around the front areas near the traffic signals. There's desert landscaping as well on the south part of the property that abuts, again, the commercially zoned property below that then goes into the area that is part of the Pima flood control. This parcel is not in any way in or near the Pima County Flood Control District, and we have been told by the county that it is a non-issue for them. As you mentioned, for the procedure, Circle K originally filed a Series 9 application at this site. Series 9 allows beer, wine, and spirits. When it was brought to Circle K's attention by Councilmember Cunningham he suggested meeting with the Tanque Verde Valley Association leadership, the neighborhoods, and through them, Circle K agreed that a Series 10 beer and wine store license might be more appropriate, as they requested. So Circle K withdrew the Series 9 application and filed the Series 10. As you know, as you mentioned, the deadline for filing any written protest to the application was September 4th. Of the 30 letters we received from the clerk's office, all were late, and at least 10 were from people who lived outside of the area to be considered within 1 mile. The law specifically says no argument shall be filed or accepted after the 20 days. So even though they came in and we've all seen it, it's hard to forget it. For the community engagement, once Councilmember Cunningham suggested that we meet with the TVBA leadership, Jordan Rydberg and I had a nice Zoom meeting with the president and secretary, Mr. and Mrs. Trago. They presented us with some lists of issues that we found, very surprising, not the least of which was to remove the installation of the underground fuel storage tanks from the plans. Well, this is a Circle K that has fuel, so we're going to need those fuel storage tanks. They asked about questions about traffic, about the native animal population, night sky standards, the signage. All of these things had already been approved by the state and the city. The Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has all the records. They have approved the underground storage tanks. The city of Tucson has approved every permit or application required for this site, including lighting designs and signage that does comply and exceeds the night sky. And also there is a scenic corridor there that we're in compliance with that as well. Like I said, the one thing that they asked that made perfect sense to us was if we could take away the 9 and go for a 10, we would find that as a compromise. They also asked us to prohibit food truck parking as they had seen it on other properties, and that's not an issue here. Circle K owns the property. It's not going to allow any food trucks or any vending going on in the parking lot. Where that occurred is at a location where the landlord or there is another property owner who allows it right next door. Finally, they suggested if Circle K were to install a park-like setting that would include where hikers, bikers, and horsemen take a break, or water station, and we absolutely agreed to that and welcome those people to come and stop. And we will provide, a bench and bottle filling station, bike repair, those things. After all of this, we didn't hear anything, the Tragos did contact Circle K, but at that point, realizing that many of these issues were truly non-starters, asking Circle K to go back almost to the drawing board to get new, reconsider signage, lighting, underground storage tanks. When all these things had already been approved, Circle K did not respond directly to the Tregos, but did carry on ongoing conversations with Councilmember Cunningham. Last week, Circle K, suggested having a community meeting. We had sent out a notice about 10 days in advance, asking the community members. In fact, we used the email addresses of the late, and actually, the notices that were sent that were late, we used those addresses and sent notice, as well as to the TVVA, which has a outreach through their website.
Ms. Lekowitz,
Yes.
you've gone on more
I
than
know,
5 minutes.
I'm sorry, but there are
Come
probably
to a
100
conclusion,
people.
please.
Okay. Anyway, okay, so when we suggested the meeting, it was to be on Saturday. We were disappointed when we found on their website that it says, TVVA's position is that we do exactly as the Circle K attorney stated, ask questions. Raising specific concerns or issues only gives Circle K time to create a smooth-sounding response to use during the M&C meeting on the 7th. By refraining from protesting and only asking questions, we hope to glean information from her for use in our M&C meeting and give Circle K little time to respond with a canned or prepared response. This has been very frustrating for us. At the council of suggestion a couple of months ago for another Circle K location, we have tried community outreach. This is the second time it's come straight back at us as we're not going to tell them anything. So it's very frustrating for us. So back to we get to the law, 19-1-702 from the Arizona Administrative Code. Lists 12 things to consider on the location. First, petitions and testimony from individuals who favor, oppose, or issuance of a license. We've already talked about that. The petitions are out. The number and types of licenses within 1 mile. We're moving one license for another. We're going to close the store that's east of this. It has a Series 9 license. We'll be taking it away, replacing it with a Series 10 at this location. So there's not an increase in the number of licenses. And in fact, there's a 10 instead of a 9. Evidence that all necessary licenses and permits for which the applicant is eligible at the time of application have been obtained. Every license we need is already been approved. Building permits are ready to be issued. Residential and commercial population of the community and its likelihood of increasing, decreasing, or remaining static. I don't think there's any doubt. We all know it's increasing. Residential and commercial population density within 1 mile of the proposed premises. This store property doesn't abut any residential property. It's carved out of the commercial lot and doesn't abut any other. We're not going to be touching anybody's residential property. Evidence concerning the nature of the proposed business, potential market. Again, Circle K identified this property because its zoning allowed this use of right. We didn't ask for any changes. Another question, effect on vehicular traffic within 1 mile. Again, they went through a traffic studies, and part of the study and what they've prepared is you will not be able to enter this Circle K. There's an entrance on Houghton.
Okay, Ms. Leskowitz, I'm going to have to stop you there. You've spent more than 10 minutes, and we do have other public hearings and other liquor licenses to consider. So you've made your point, and I'm going to give some time to the individuals that are opposing this. I'm just going to have 2 others on the perspective of the neighborhood. So thank you so much. We're going to move on to Joanne Trejo. 3. Is Joanne Trejo? There she is.
Ladies and gentlemen of council, I'm Joanne Trigo. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong paperwork. Doing too many things.
I'm Joanne Trigo, and I represent the Tanque Verde Valley Association and our community's strong opposition to the proposed Circle K liquor license. Circle K announced a rebranding effort to better compete in Tucson's market, but rebranding without addressing deeply rooted operational issues is, as the saying goes, trying to turn a frog into a prince. For years, Circle K stores across Tucson have been linked to 24/7 operations, low staffing, very poor maintenance, all of which have real consequences for our neighborhoods, like attracting transient populations, increased incidents of criminal and disruptive behaviors, and noticeable decline in safety and quality of life. This proposed site is especially sensitive. It's located in an important riparian corridor, and it's surrounded by residential neighborhoods that value quiet, safety, and dark skies. Our residents are not just casually concerned, we are overwhelmingly opposed. At our recent meeting, only 7% supported this project. That means 93%, a clear, resounding majority, do not want this Circle K, period. TVVA engaged directly with Circle K, asking them to go beyond the City of Tucson's codes by lowering their proposed 15-foot sign. Yes, it's taller than most of the nearby homes, by exceeding night skies lighting regulations, and by dimming their lights between midnight and 6 a.m. We also proposed innovative security measures for alcohol sales, like alarm-triggered price tags that they use in high-theft retail establishments. But instead of embracing this leadership opportunity, Circle K challenged us. They said, provide us with examples from other convenience stores that already use systems like that, rather than pioneering this themselves. The proposed liquor license is especially troubling. The location is near 2 schools, alcohol and substance rehabilitation centers, and is a main route for our local school district. Circle K has made no concrete commitments. Instead, they've responded to all of our concerns with vague references to corporate policies and have outright rejected our request to leave alcohol sales out of this location. We believe this liquor license at this location poses serious and avoidable risks to public safety, youth accessibility, and community well-being. And one of the things that we're really sensitive about is that Councilman Cunningham's experience as a youth and probation officer and teacher deepens our concerns about access and our students. On behalf of the Tanque Verde residents, I respectfully ask you to deny this liquor license.
Thank you so much. Calling on Tom Adang.
Good evening. My name is Tom Adding. I'm a Tucson resident and president of the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association, speaking in strong opposition to the liquor license requested by Circle K for their proposed 10290 East Tanque Verde Road store. Our association has 4 concerns with this request. First, putting in this Circle K store with gas stations and liquor sales will attract a clientele, mostly homeless, who will migrate to this new location. The open lot upon which Circle K is to be built will be immediately adjacent to or across the street from 2 HOAs, Tanque Verde Woods and Tanque Verde Trails. In its August 19th denial of the Circle K liquor license requested by Grant and Craycroft location, the mayor and council were concerned about immediate proximity to housing areas. This proposed location poses the same set of problems, especially theft and vandalism. Second, putting a Circle K with gas stations and liquor sales in this new location will attract car and motorcycle operators who already race their vehicles along the stretch of road from Tanque Verde Road, Catalina Highway intersection eastward through the intersection by this proposed store. And they do it late at night and early in the morning, mostly on weekends. We are in frequent contact with Tucson Police Department's East Side office regarding the current unsafe speeding and disruptive noise problems. Putting the Circle K
there will only exacerbate our current problems. This location will also offer a convenient meeting place for the speeders to congregate, which will likely result in an increase in alcohol-related injuries and/or deaths. Third, we are concerned about the impact of alcohol use on safe operations of fuel pumps by inebriated drivers, leading to potential fuel spills. The location is immediately north of the Agua Caliente Wash, and it flows under the Houghton Bridge just south of this proposed location. Any fuel spill and resulting fire will lead to the release of dangerous carcinogens into the wash, the aquifer, and our water supply. Fourth is the lack of assurance that a valid fuel spill containment system will be installed to ensure no fuel leak is leaked into the Agua Caliente Wash from underground storage tanks. We have our concerns. We've expressed our concerns to the Circle K corporate leadership, to Councilmember Cunningham and his staff, and the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. We have evidence of numerous fuel spills, lawsuits filed against retailers, including Circle K, for improper fuel spill management across the country, including Arizona, where alcohol use and abuse were major contributing factors. The concerns I discussed are not independent of each other. In fact, they are synergistic in a very negative way. We join with the TVVA neighborhood colleagues in recommending the mayor and council evaluate the risk and disapprove the Circle K request for liquor license. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham.
Really quick, we had a bunch of people put in cards. Who's all here from TVVA or BCNA to protest the liquor license? So we have a good number. And everybody who's here to protest it, please stand. Help me out. Yeah. So we know that you're here. So my colleagues know you all came out. All these folks the drive across town's like an hour. So I just want my council colleagues to be sensitive to that. Thank you, everybody. That's up to the mayor. Mayor, would you consider one more speaker?
No, I think there's plenty. I mean, Councilmember Cunningham, who's here in opposition. I think we have another one, and we have several public hearings, so I think you know what to do.
All right, so a couple things. There's a major development that's come up. Craycroft and Grant Circle K is being argued at the state on November 6th, and I've been called to testify in that. It's actually the first time I've ever been called to testify on a liquor license, so I've got some significant concerns about talking about this liquor license and talking about that other one. I'm on record as opposing this Circle K. I've been on record about 15 times. I've said that we're going to take a look at the underground storage tanks. We're going to look at the drainage concerns. We're going to look at the zoning. The big one is we went through the neighborhood plan. I mean, we've looked at every rock. There's one piece that I think that's out there that we probably need to have them do over, and I can get on the record tonight, and that is that when they did their traffic study, they didn't take into account what will happen on the RTA Houghton project, and they didn't take into account whether or not the homes, there's two different developments along Houghton going south to 22nd that could be built. And so I think that traffic study needs to happen. But I can't, we have our procedures and laws, so I have to make sure that we're meeting those. On the other side, let's talk about the liquor license really quick. One thing is that I was under the impression that if they filed for a Series 10, they'd also do a covenant for 20 years to not refile for a Series 9, which is, I think, that's a good thing. And whether I want the Circle K there or not, long-term, I do not want to, if it's gonna be there, I want it to be the Series 10. Obviously, especially if it's going to be there for 20 years. But that then puts me in the position of acknowledging that the Circle K is going to happen when I'm trying to help the neighbors stop it. So I think there's two options here. We can either A,
recommend with the caveat that the 20 years is, but I don't really want to do that. I'd rather just do no recommendation because I don't want to acknowledge that the Circle K is going to get built. And
If I may,
what I'm
Councilmember?
hoping is that Circle K keeps their word at the state and still files for the Series 9, the Series 10 with the 20-year compact. More importantly, if that isn't the case, then I want to recommend denial. So that's kind of what.
So what would be the recommendation of the city attorney?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Member Cunningham. I think that it's appropriate to either provide a recommendation of denial if the condition is not met, or no approval if it is met, rather than either, or you can just have a no recommendation. I don't know that you can do both.
So I'm going to recommend denial, and if the condition is not met, then is it our discretion? If I recommend denial and if the condition is met, does it go to no recommendation or does it become approval? That's, I guess, is my question.
Sure. So I think what you're looking to do is you're recommending denial unless they agree to the 20-year condition. Otherwise, it would be approval.
But then I'm recommending approval for a store that I don't want. And I don't want to do that. I want to go from denial to no recommendation.
I think we can write it that way. I think there's just going to be a little bit of confusion at the state level, but we can actually absolutely make that recommendation if that's what you want to do.
I think that's an appropriate motion.
Okay.
Second.
There is a motion and a second, and just for clarity, can we repeat the motion?
I move we recommend the application for denial unless the 20-year covenant is agreed to with the neighbors, and then it would move to no recommendation.
All right, so there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much for everyone that came to this item. We're moving to Pueblo Vida Brewing in Ward 1 that is not in compliance with Planning and Development Services Department. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor. So what is, I guess, next steps for this? Do they need to start all over, or can we give them some time to catch up?
I'm asking the clerk what the options are because it's much more of a logistical issue.
I think that they sent an email to PDSD, and PDSD still says they can't do their application within time. Is that right, Delma? Yeah. So it's either going to have to be a denial or they have to withdraw and reapply when they're ready.
So Vice Mayor, it's either a denial or they have to withdraw their application and reapply.
I would say withdraw.
Withdraw. So are you recommending that we not approve this tonight and recommend to the applicant that they withdraw and reapply? Alrighty.
That is correct.
So that would be made in the form of a motion?
Correct.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Alrighty, I'm not seeing any hands up. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, so we're done with item 5, correct? We're done with item 5. We are moving to item 6.
Call to the audience.
Alrighty. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read the heading.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when your called to speak. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then it'll turn red and beep when your time is up. At that time, please conclude your comments.
Alrighty, we're going to start with Maria Copperstein. And please use the taller mic, just put it close to your mouth. Yeah, there you go, thank you.
Awesome. Hello, good evening. My name is Maria Cooperstein, and I'm a student at the U of A. And I'm here today to urge you to vote in favor of a formalized opposition against the compact that was presented to the Arizona Board of Regents on October 1st by President Trump. Allow me to talk a little bit more about myself. I'm in many clubs on campus. I'm deeply involved on campus. All my passion is on campus. I'm a first-generation student, and I'm in an activist group called Students for Socialism. I'm in a salsa dancing club, and I'm not just here to tell you about myself and tell you about these organizations I'm in. I'm here to tell you that this compact will directly impact all of these incredible organizations that are on campus and all of these communities that are on campus. And so, I'm here to tell you that these will directly impact these communities, right? So I want to bring attention to some of the verbiage that is within this compact, specifically the verbiage referring to the transforming or abolishing of institutional units that purposely punish, belittle, and even spark violence against conservative ideas. This specific verbiage is very vague and is very conveniently vague because there is no limit or restrictions on what this verbiage could, there's no limit or restrictions, there is no limit to the restrictions, on our speech or on our communities or on our resources. So therefore, that means that this compact can impact students of color, LGBTQ+ students, and international students, and does directly attack LGBTQ+ students, students of color, DEI initiatives, and international students. So I want to be clear that the U of A students will not stand by and be complicit as our freedom of speech is sold away. We will not be bystanders while our educational freedom is sold. Our resources, our freedom of speech, our student safety is not for sale, and we ask you to vote in favor of a formalized opposition to Trump's compact. To accept the contract is to reject marginalized students. Please put pressure on Garamella to say no, and to show that the Tucson community stands with the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Abel, I believe it is Abel. Adrian Abel.
Okay. Hello, council members. Mayor Romero, thank you for your time. My name is Adrian Abel. I'm also a UA student, and I'm representing the Coalition to Protect Students and Workers on the UA campus. I'd like to talk to you about the resolution number 24018 relating to higher education and human rights. This is that compact that was just spoken about. I don't think anyone who is informed on Suresh Garamella's track record is under any illusion as to whether this compact's promised money, which isn't even explicitly stated in the compact, would actually be going to students or to higher admins' pockets. Garamella makes more than $800,000 a year while he strips away our student cultural centers plus services for students dealing with domestic violence, which, according to him, are bottomless holes that the university pours money into and is becoming impoverished for it. Obviously, this is untrue. Anyone who has been to the centers knows this is not the case. The job security for cultural center employees is abysmal. The administration threatens constant closure and downsizing. What are you downsizing? We've been effectively told that certain students don't deserve the chance to donate clothing to each other, to plan and attend events to each other, bring food for each other to stock the pantries, celebrate each other's graduations, and more. The fact that this is what's being attacked is telling. When one person can't stand to see others happy and thriving in their community, getting the recognition they deserve, and he feels the need to try to legislate them away, it's a mark of deep, deep insecurity. The way that the current US administration is dangling funding over universities' heads is bribery.
It isn't right and it isn't normal. Add the fact that this is a vague boilerplate compact that threatens university departments that belittle conservative views. What does that even mean practically? And also, there is no explicitly stated financial benefit to signing. Again, this isn't normal. I want us to really recognize that. When else has this happened in history? That a leader tries to determine what exactly is taught in schools, specifically to show and reinforce and consolidate power. Some examples that come to mind are Nazi Germany, where curriculum was changed to include quote-unquote race science, where Aryan supremacy was taught. Fascist Italy, where teachers had to make an oath of loyalty to Mussolini, which honestly sounds similar to the signing of this compact. If you think these are extreme examples, you're right, they are. But these attacks on what universities can teach and who can be here and who gets resources are extreme. This is no small matter. I'm imploring you to reject Donald Trump's controlling compact and pressure President Garamella specifically to reject it, since the UA Faculty Senate already did in a vote 40-6. But notoriously, he doesn't listen to them or his students. We need to set a precedent that stands on the right side of history, standing with our neighbors, with our community, with our students, not against them for unchangeable characteristics like race, ethnicity, queerness, ability, or background. Knowledge, truth, the community, and bonds between students and faculty, the act of being educated itself, for any one person should not be a partisan issue. It's awful and frankly ridiculous that we're at the point as a country where our president thinks it is. I think Tucson can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abel. Harris Mercado.
Give me 1 second to pull this up. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Paris Beniguez Mercado. I'm the daughter of Enrique Mercado, also known as Kix. My dad was tragically murdered on Tuesday night, September 23rd, 2025, while riding with the cyclist group Tuesday Night Bike Rides. While on the loop, the trail called the Loop, he was stabbed in the chest. The suspect was presumed to be homeless and under the influence of drugs. These are two serious issues that have only worsened over time, homelessness and drug use, and as a community, we all see it and we cannot not ignore it any longer. But the problem at hand goes deeper than policing or enforcement. These are about choices. Everyday choices are made by individuals, by family, and by the city. Choices that shape what kind of community Tucson will become. And tonight, while I have your attention, I want to focus what my dad truly was passionate about, the community. Growing up underprivileged, my dad found peace and joy in biking. One year, he even asked Santa for tubes for his bike. Not a new bike, just the tubes, because that's just the kind of person he was. As an adult, biking gave him purpose. He found solace in it. It kept him away from wrong influence and surrounded him with people who shared something healthy and positive. That's what good choices can do. They can change lives. They can save lives. Without guidance, it's easy to take the wrong path, to lose hope, or to lose direction. That's why I'm asking the council, please invest in bike programs for low-income and underprivileged youth. Create spaces where kids can learn, ride safely, and feel they belong. Give them a chance to make the right choices, to find purpose, community, and self-worth before the streets find them. My dad believed in bringing people together, different ages, different backgrounds, and making everyone feel like family on those rides. That's a spirit we need to carry forward. Alongside efforts to clean and secure our trails, let's also commit to building community and empowering the next generation to choose healthier and brighter paths. Let's focus on the future and invest in the people who build it. And if anyone else speaks, I would just like to ask them to be respectful and not speak on behalf of my dad and keep their political beliefs separate from their condolences. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mercado. You have my commitment to do that, to continue to do that. Jesus Mario Valenzuela, I believe it is.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jesus Mario Valenzuela Lizarraga. I'm here as a rider and
Can you please use the...
I'm here as a rider and a driver for Suntran.
That's okay.
I ride the buses occasionally for numerous reasons. As a driver, well, I drive for Suntran. One of the things that I've experienced with Suntran and with the security on the downtown and all the transit centers is that security is not actually doing their job. Numerous times I've had to remind them of things that are occurring. For example, last night while I was driving the Route 34 Block 5, I noticed that there were some young men passing around pills. They had a jar while the security guard was actually standing at the opposite corner, knowing that all these illicit drugs are being dealt in what would be the northeast corner. Okay, so and another thing is that they're not enforcing the laws and rules that are set in place, the bicycling, the skateboarding, the loitering, a lot of children making it a playground on weekends and evenings, especially on the weekends, when these are children that are of underage. Why are they being permitted to do this is beyond me. One of the things that occurred to me while I was on route number 21 on Sunday at approximately 5:54, I radioed dispatch letting them know that there were two young ladies, and I noticed that they had bottles. So therefore, it triggered my thoughts thinking this is a bottle of alcohol. I pulled the bus over. At a distance, I mentioned to the young lady, listen, that is a bottle of alcohol. And how old are you? I asked her. She said 18. There were two 18-year-old young ladies, right? So she said, we're just going to the next stop. I said, all right, okay. So I proceeded, right? And then I called dispatch and I notified them of what was occurring with these two young ladies. Dispatch said to me, we didn't sell them the alcohol. We didn't give them the alcohol. Let them ride. Then the young ladies said to me, is it possible that you could just take us downtown? A few minutes later, a dispatch called back and he said, listen, he says, I thought about it. What you might want to do is try and get them downtown, convince them to go downtown. They had already mentioned to me that they were going downtown, so I knew they were going there. And he says, I notified security that they should be there awaiting for you to determine whether they're going to involve TPD or not. Okay, so when I drove up, security was nowhere around. So I want to know is who dropped the ball, dispatch or security? Now, okay, so why did I think about that? Why? Because you have two young ladies, and think about this. It's one of your loved ones, right? And I let them go and I drop the ball. And they get either raped, get into an accident, get killed. So who's dropping the ball? Why isn't this being addressed? This is a serious issue. We're talking about two young ladies that are 18 years old. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela. Noah James Markham.
Aloha, Mayor, and to the rest of the City Council. I'm from the great city of Tempe. I would like to talk about police officers here in your city in Tucson, that we do need to do a better job with people with disabilities. As having a disability my whole life, I shouldn't be afraid of police officers at all, but they need more education for the city with police officers. Educational purposes, like Donald Trump said, that stop taking Tylenol because it causes autism, is not educating police officers. Also, I would like to ask that when you have events in Tucson, example, concerts that you always have, a sign language interpreter up there. I don't care how much the city has to pay for it. Please, always do it no matter if someone asks or not. Did you know that people lie about their disabilities or just want the money? Might give you a clue. Someone in this community to vote out President Biden out of the presidency. How could you do that? I hope that we can hire more women police officers too. And if they are on maternity leave, they should have 8 to 12 weeks off. And if they have an abortion or miscarriage, they should have the same paid time off, or more if they need more time off. The University of Arizona should not be bending their knees to President Donald Trump just because he threatened to not give you funds to the school. You don't need to listen to what he says. DEI matters in schools and universities. It's important to state and to the world. I would also ask that we continue to build, because people love Arizona, and it was pretty boring driving from Tempe, Arizona up to here. Mahalo, and thank you for letting me share tonight.
Thank you. Jem Abarca.
Hello, Tucson City Council. My name is Jem, and I'm here to speak on voting yes on the resolution to oppose Garamella accepting the compact. I'm an alumni of the U of A as of May this year, and upon my graduation and completing my educational journey thus far, I moved back with my family to Phoenix. This community, over the span of 5 years, though, and referring to Tucson, has impacted me so deeply that I deem it a matter of urgency to complete the 2-hour drive to return whenever an important decision is about to be made that would have devastating ripple effects, not just in the immediate, but for generations. Ripple effects for current community well-being, community members in first grade who are swearing to their teachers that they will go to college, and ripple effects for economic well-being, since that is the major concern at hand that tends to be the greatest concern for people such as Trump and Garamella. One man, each of their own respective institutions, who determine the quality and the quantity of hardship for thousands. I stand before you able to say that I have earned my degree because of DEI initiatives, that which the compact opposes. I come from a low-income neighborhood. DEI is not just about queer and trans issues. DEI provides opportunity for those who would not ordinarily have the time, money, experience, knowledge, and in other words, privilege of obtaining the opportunity in the first place. It's proven that investing in your community through monetary investments and equity initiatives is what makes it strong. Just look at Mexico. The people of Tucson cannot and will not thrive if Trump is not firmly resisted in his advancements of absolute institutional authority, or in other words, fascism. And an additional shield of opposition is not put on Garamella as well. Garamella cannot accept the terms for exclusive funding. I stand before you as a proud first-generation queer Mexican-American who, despite the powers that be, feels actualized as a person because of the education, the growth, and the connections going to university and my studies gave me. The only opposition a child should face when deciding whether they'll go to college is none. When I needed a job, it was people like Dr. Brian Carter who value DEI that saw my potential and wanted to give a person of color an opportunity to develop technology, as in hands-on skills in creating the technology you use and even ones that you still don't know about. Work experience that people like me have systematically or deliberately been barred from. And when I needed a change in career emphasis, it was people like Dominique, Lucero, and Indira, who their livelihoods are built off of DEI, that saw my earnestness for community and created an entire position just for me. And so Tucson needs you to vote yes on the resolution to oppose Garamella accepting the compact. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Baurelli. Patricia Baurelli. Please use the higher mic.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. I didn't know. My name is Patricia Bowerly, and I very much fear that the results of the most recent potentially ill-designed Suntrans survey may be used as a further excuse for the federal government to employ the military in Tucson, which may affect everyone residing, working, traveling through, and/or visiting Tucson. The military tend to be trained for war, and there is never a just war, and violence begets both a lot of suffering and more violence. More valid surveys, in my opinion, tend to use a Likert scale, such as a 5-point Likert scale, rather than a binary yes-no forced choice. In addition, the word safety can refer to so many different aspects of public transportation, such as concerns about sudden stops or sudden slowing due to traffic, or when buses are crowded and people have to sit so close together, or when there are people who have to stand, whether the passenger taking the survey stands or sits near others standing, or disembarking, and disembarking with safety issues. And then there, of course, are many potential different people issues, including a myriad of people issues that don't directly relate to the public transportation whatsoever. There are also potential safety issues at transit stops that may include weather issues and whether there are sufficient accommodations for someone with one or more physical disabilities, such as myself, who experiences difficulty walking and standing, and especially for persons who seem to experience much more physical difficulties than myself. Taking public transportation still seems safer than traveling in a private vehicle. Please don't rely on police, because police tend to criminalize behaviors that don't need to be criminalized. And criminalization tends to increase the risk of violence and economic and mental health problems. Also, please don't rely on mental health workers who tend to involuntarily hospitalize people, because psychiatry tends to do more harm in so many ways than good, as documented in part separately by each of Robert Whitaker, author of Book of Anatomy of Epidemic and founder of Mad in America website, Rob Whitpon. What was that?
I'm sorry, it was, go ahead.
Sorry. Rob Whitpon, author of the book Your Consent is Not Required, and Jim Gottstein's online report, Improving Mental Health Outcomes. Involuntary hospitalization tends to increase the risk of violence, suicides, and more mental health problems, as documented by an article on Mad in America website in 2025, summarized by Peter Simon. For some sources, please refer to my letter that I sent to the City Council and Mayor and City Manager, dated September 27, 2025. Please enlist people trained in conflict management instead. Thank you for your attention to these important matters.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Pat Collier. Desiree Nguyen, Desiree?
Hello, my name is Desiree Nguyen. Before I continue, I want to formalize my thanks to Councilman Perez and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for acting with such swiftness and speediness in pushing for this resolution to formalize our opposition, especially for the city of Tucson, against Trump's compact. This should be an act that many cities across the nation are looking up to. So I urge us to act with swiftness with this resolution. My name is Desiree. I am an undergraduate research assistant in three different labs. I'm the lead undergraduate research ambassador at the University of Arizona and a student organizer with Students for Socialism. In my freshman year, I would never imagine someone like me having the opportunity to perform groundbreaking research that could impact someone's life. And now in my final year at the University of Arizona, ready to transition into my Master's of Science, I would never imagine my future would be under attack once again with this compact. Fears of losing funding for graduate school, grants for research projects, or even research opportunities for beginning students are not just hypotheticals, they are real looming threats upon our aspirations and careers shared by all of us students, no matter what stage you are in your training. These threats are made even closer to us with this recent compact. My involvement in research and passion to pursue research as my life goal is absolutely a product of DEI policies. The generations of students who came before me to push for programs that increase research opportunities for communities that have been historically marginalized by this university and by the history of science. This past year, the UA administration has capitulated to the Trump's agenda to dismantle DEI policies that provide essential resources for our students. Whether it's a feminist pharmacy providing contraceptives to hundreds of students, to free tutoring sessions that guarantee student success. Now we are faced with another attempt to destroy the sectors of the university that makes the University of Arizona thrive and be a top leader in research, innovation, and in the arts. Yet this time is different. This time we urge for the support of the city of Tucson to vote yes on this resolution to oppose the Trump's compact. This compact will undeniably open doors for continued attacks from our federal government on admissions, research, and curriculum at the University of Arizona that we cannot allow for to happen. We are in a unique position here. The rest of the nation is looking at us, not just as students, but at the city of Tucson, of how we will unite and fight back against this government overreach. That this administration cannot just cut the funds that we've been entitled to and try to give it back with a secret agenda attached to it. We know this isn't right. We know the only moral course of action is the demand for Garamella to reject this compact in order to protect the civil liberties and academic freedom for all students. And if Garamella won't listen to his students, his own workers, his own faculty, then he will have to listen to the city of Tucson when they approve this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. JP Salvatierra. JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, JP Salvatierra, Tucson resident, native, speaking for myself. There's a famous quote I'd like to make. Our XYZ Gen children were not bred to pay rent for their entire lives. When the mayor and council engages itself in a manner that disaffects public acclamation and full timely disclosure on major economic, health, safety, and environmental proposals with predetermined direction from executive session, the outcome of this subject matter without full timely public disclosure constitutes malfeasance and loss of public trust. Non-disclosure practices of any kind between City of Tucson, Pima County, and other proxy agents like Southern Arizona Chamber of Commerce will rarely guarantee taxpayer security. Contracts will always encourage abandoning the public servant's fiduciary responsibility. What does it mean to formally intervene in TEP's ACC rate case? No more cake sniffing. Ignore the 40,000 taxpayers that petitioned you to disqualify TEP mega murder polls on Campbell Avenue. What does it mean to Tucson residents for public responsible government, TRIG, that oppose proposed changes to neighborhood plans by the Planning Commission's community corridor tools to circumvent neighborhood dissent and inquiry by fast-tracking developer multi-structure buildings exemptions, current zoning codes, and on-site parking guidelines for middle housing gentrification. Further, plan Tucson infrastructure and public services that unlawful exclude state-required mandates to address neighborhood preservation and revitalization covenants. Therefore, vote no on all city-county non-disclosure practices. No Fortis, TEP, foreign proxy agency, energy contracting services. No on 414. Reject community corridor tools. Prop 417, no. Divorce us from TEP's usury rates and parasitic enslavement, and renew your faith in our ability to follow your guidance. Thank you very much.
Joshua Dietz, or Dietz, Joshua Dietz.
Hi, hello. My name is Joshua Dietz. I'm a recent graduate at the U of A, and I'm here to speak on the recent government, Trump administration trying to bully the U of A into reflecting its own values. I know that it's very easy to dismiss the concerns of students, so I'll speak for the concerns of men like my father, who is a lifelong Republican who served over 20 years in the United States Air Force and is disgusted with Trump's attacks on freedom of speech and our higher education. My father is a Republican who models himself on our late Arizona senators such as John McCain and Barry Goldwater, who stood by their values instead of following the Republican script. And I believe that is Arizonan values and American values. And what the Trump administration is trying to do here at the University of Arizona is not reflect that of Arizonan values or American values, but Trump values, values that we have no reason to submit to. And I believe that there isn't need for a long speech to explain why you should vote for this resolution. It's quite simple. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is our last speaker, Jessica Allen.
Hello, good evening, council and mayor. Again, good to see you all again. My name is Jessica Allen, and I'm here as a concerned citizen. First, I want to start off by saying I feel that the mayor and the council should be ashamed of themselves. I think you have all been aware of the homeless, criminal, and drug problem in the city and how out of control it is. Bus drivers are being attacked, regular citizens are being murdered. Where does it end? Serious crimes are rising, and it does not seem to be getting the attention it needs. It's now time for you, Mayor, and this council to take some accountability for not protecting the citizens of the city of Tucson. When will you stop being ignorant to the rising crimes and hold these criminals accountable for their actions? There are plenty of resources available for anybody that truly wants to get help and get off the street, but the citizens of the city of Tucson are completely on our own. Instead of spending thousands of dollars on enabling the homeless criminals and drug addicts, spend that money on more police to enforce the laws that exist but are not even being enforced. There is a YouTube video titled "Inside the Drug Capital of the Southwest." It's about Tucson. I highly recommend you take a look at that video. The homeless and the drugs and the criminals don't just exist in one area. They're everywhere, and they are growing by the day. You have ignored the citizens of Tucson for way too long, just like you ignored the high opposition to Star Village for your own agenda. In the Tucson Sentinel, March 10th, 2023, when you were up for re-election, it stated that you, Mayor Romero, promised to invest more into the police to reduce crime. Now I ask, when is that going to happen? All I have seen is very high rise in serious crimes and the use of drugs openly, and no repercussions for any of that. Police are getting overwhelmed and not getting any raises, and despite all the extra responsibilities they're taking on with your projects to enable the homeless, criminals, and drug addicts, they can't get a break. The cops don't have the time to take care of everything that you want them to do, and you're not hiring enough, you're not giving them more money, you should. Just to be clear, I don't want an email or a phone call like I got last time. I want to see change. Always remember that your actions are going to speak way louder than any words you could ever say. Thank you.
All righty, that was our last speaker. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is public highway at-grade crossing agreement with Union Pacific Railroad at Bilby Road. Item B is a final plat for TD DIV 0225000026, Corona Edition, lots 1 through 4. Item C is renewal of intergovernmental agreement, backup ambulance transportation agreements between Tucson Fire Department, TFD, and Golder Ranch Fire District.
Alrighty, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mixulic,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Purchase, sale, and settlement agreement with Depot Plaza Investors LLC relating to city-owned property located at 45 North Fifth Avenue.
Alrighty, City Manager's Communication number 319 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for Mayor and Council authorization for the purchase, sale and settlement agreement between the City of Tucson and the Depot Plaza Investors LLC for city-owned property located at 43 North Fifth Avenue above the Depot Plaza Garage. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24015 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24015 relating to real property, authorize and approve the purchase, sale, and settlement agreement between the City of Tucson City and Depot Plaza Investors LLC, DPI, for city-owned property located at 45 North Fifth Avenue and declaring an emergency.
Alrighty, I believe that Councilmember Ulick has her hand up. This is in Ward 6, so if we go with Councilmember Ulick, and then I'm going to request that either City Manager's Office or City Attorney present background information on this item. I would really appreciate it. Go ahead, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know that many of us have received considerable input on the broad topic of our GPLET agreements and economic development incentives, and also prioritizing partnerships that really uplift local small businesses. I think, constructive input writ large about making sure that our economic development program truly serves in the interests of, the community and the city at large. And I think the opening of the Small Business Center is evidence, as are many other actions of our own commitment to that. Now, having said that, I've been at this table since 2006, which I think is when this particular development began with Rio Nuevo and City and the partners, including Scott Steitler and Depot Plaza Investors. I'm going to move that we pass and adopt Resolution 24015 and authorize and approve the purchase, sale, and settlement agreement between the City of Tucson and Depot Plaza Investors.
Second.
There is a motion and a second, and this is an opportunity for further discussion, but I will have the city manager go over the background, because this particular settlement agreement goes back till 2005. And I think that was when Councilmember Ulick first got elected to Ward 3. I didn't get elected till November of 2007. And this particular situation and issue happened around 2005, 2006. And so we are still, this is more than a 20-year issue that we are settling in terms of settling the lawsuit that was brought to the City of Tucson. So I'll just hand it over to the city manager, and you can help us really recount a timeline for this issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. This is an issue inherited by us all, and it's actually quite a milestone to get to the point where we have a potential resolution here for your consideration. We would like to give the background in kind of two main parts. One, City Attorney Roy Lusk will go over the timeline and essentially some of the matters that are to be resolved through this settlement agreement, should you approve it. And then joining us online is Mike Chakowski from our Economic Initiatives Office, who will give a brief overview of GPLET incentive programs, which This item tonight is not a GPLET. However, a lot of the input that you've been receiving from folks relates to GPLETs. So we thought it was prudent to address what a GPLET is and is not. Even though it's not a part of this item, we thought it would merited consideration for tonight so that you have the full spectrum of information with which to decide. So with that, I'll turn it over to Roy Lusk for the timeline and overview.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Member Ulick. I think it's important to think back that it actually predates everyone because the original development agreement related to this property dates back to 2003. Ultimately in 2005, the current, or actually the predecessor to the current developer that we're dealing with in this agreement acquired the rights to the property or an option to purchase the property. And just for everybody's edification, the property is the vacant lot next to the MLK Apartments near the Rialto and Congress. That area was originally a part of a development agreement that included the MLK Apartments and 1 North 5th. That development agreement called for development of those two properties, in addition to the option to purchase the property under consideration today. Through 2005, 2008, the development around that property, so the 1 North 5th property and the renovation of MLK was completed in 2008. Including additional retail property on Congress, which sort of kicked off the renaissance for the Congress area. During that time, there was some disagreement about how the option would be exercised and how it could be exercised. And that's related to some issues that occurred during the building of the Depot Plaza Garage, which is under the property at 45 North 5th, or the property that we're in discussion. During that period of time from 2008 to 2010, we attempted to remedy that solution. We weren't able to until finally we entered into another settlement agreement prior to this. That settlement agreement called for additional development of that property, including the city providing a property large enough to accommodate a building of about 14,000 square feet and about 6 to 8 stories. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that or provide that property at that time and throughout the intervening years because there were some setback requirements because there's a federal bill. The MLK is a federal undertaking, and it required an appropriate setback from the building next door, which is the property under consideration. That then led to discussions over the next 10 plus years of trying to remedy that situation. Fortunately, my predecessor, Mr. Rankin, was able to negotiate just recently with the Stytler or developer in this case to redevelop that property because that federal undertaking had finished, and therefore was able to provide the building as originally encompassed. That brings us sort of today, but I think it's important to also talk about the particular claims that were a part of that lawsuit. Now, and I'll remind members of council and the mayor that this is a settlement agreement first and foremost. So the types of the agreement or the remuneration that's included in the agreement is basically to settle the claims and release us from further liability. That includes claims of detrimental reliance because we weren't able to, because the Stytler company or Depot Plaza investors were not able to build as the development agreement allowed them to. And even though they weren't able to build that, they did perform on that agreement, which by building the 1 North 5th building, by providing 9,000 square feet of retail on Congress. They spent about $1.42 million on initial design. for the original property that was to be built on the depot garage site. In addition, they redesigned it in the intervening years and spent about $900,000 to do that. They additionally renovated both the MLK building, renovated the 200 Congress block, which includes the hub and those businesses, the Rialto and the corporate building, all as part of this development agreement. So their performance was pretty significant. The difficulty for them also includes the fact that they were provided a smaller site than originally planned for. So the 14,000 feet was winnowed down to about 11,900 feet, or square feet, excuse me, which, because of the setbacks and some issues with the original building of the Depot Plaza garage, created a situation where they could not build the full lot. So that size reduction would obviously reduce the allotment or ability to build the building that they were initially trying to develop. In addition, there's some concern or a claim of breach of agreement in that there was an original amount of over $2 million of streetscape provided by both Rio Nuevo and the city of Tucson that was to be built as part of this development. And also, there's a parking agreement that we weren't able to fulfill because of the inability to build the building. So that brings us up to today. So there's been a significant outlay over a period of years by the developer and DPI in order to make way or make ready for this particular development. We weren't able to perform on our side until just recently. And because of, again, the efforts of my predecessor, we were able to come to an agreement, and that's what's presented to you today. Yeah. With that, I'll send it over to Mr. Chikowski, who will discuss the GPLET component.
Thank you, Mr. Lusk. Just number one, confirm, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and just give you some clarification and reminders of the GPLET. Reminder that this is not consideration or approval of a GPLET, as you've heard several times, just going over the process should the developer choose to apply at a later time. As a reminder, the GPLET is an Arizona approved process whereby the city may take ownership of a property and in essence lease it back at a reduced property rate. If they are in the central business district, as this project is, they can apply for an up to 8-year property tax abatement of 100% of property taxes. And as everybody recalls, Mayor and Council approved Resolution 23355, which was our new policy and process updates on GPLETs. And then that was at that time when we renewed the central business district. Just briefly on the process for this, initial steps to receive a GPLET application. We would review the application with the city staff and appropriate city staff to ensure that it meets the requirements. We would go with the developer and host a community meeting. That would be the number one step once we receive the application with the appropriate neighborhood within the notice area, and go over any questions, concerns, the full development with the surrounding community. At that point, we would then review a full application, taking into comments and questions from the surrounding community and ensure that it meets the entitlement requests and what the impacts may be. We would then bring it to Mayor and Council for the initial request to move forward with a third-party economic analysis. And in that economic analysis, it would also entail a deep dive into really the financial wherewithal of the developer and whether the GPLET is warranted at this time. If there's a gap in the financing or anything on that, they would take a look at the pro forma and all the other financials of the developer, just warranting that it's a needed incentive. At that point, When we get that economic analysis back, we would bring the results of that, as you're all familiar, back to mayor and council for consideration. We would go over that, and then including at that time a draft community benefits agreement that the developer is required to enter into with the surrounding neighborhood. Once we've presented that to mayor and council, we're looking for direction to actually enter into and formal approval of the G-Plat itself. So in essence, we have 3 mayor and council meetings and a neighborhood meeting to go over this process. All of this is engaging the stakeholders and everybody involved to make sure that we're going through the process to provide appropriate benefits for the surrounding community. Once it is approved, assuming it is approved by mayor and council, just a reminder that we do have a 10% G-Plat rent that we would collect, which is in essence 10% of the foregone property tax. That is distributed to the property taxes jurisdictions, including the school districts, Pima Community College, to ensure that they're still getting some revenue over that 8-year period. And then finally, also once we've entered into that G-Plat, that 8-year period, after 3 years after the development, after the certificate of occupancy, our third-party economic analyst would go back and do an independent audit just to see where they are standing financially and that they've actually been doing what they say they've been doing, and the economic analysis is fairly accurate. That is the end of it. And I just want to remind everybody that, again, this is not the consideration or approval of a G-Plat. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. I, for one, I'm happy that we are settling 20-year plus issue that has really kept that particular piece of property next to Hotel Congress and the MLK apartments from being built. And I'm not happy of how we got here. I feel that the settlement seems very rich, but I understand the claims from the developer in terms of him spending time and money on this. I want to reiterate that this action does not bind the city of Tucson to give DPI a G-Plat. And so I feel confident that as we move forward, we're in a good place to be able to hit the reset button and make sure that the development can stand within the next 2 years and that property is put to good use and that it produces jobs and you know, a good economic development for the city of Tucson. So there's a motion and a second. Are there any questions or further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham.
Mike, how much is the current property paying in property taxes?
Thank you, Councilman Cunningham. It's owned by the city of Tucson. We are collecting 0 revenue on the site right now. It's tax. There's no taxes collected on it.
If it becomes a hotel, will it be assessed property taxes?
It would be assessed property taxes at the hotel rate. Correct. It would go into private ownership and assessed at that rate.
If you back out the G-Plat part, would we still be collecting more property taxes than we are now?
With the G-Plat rent, yes, we would.
So we'd be collecting more revenue than we are now. It's in the Rio Nuevo district, correct?
That is correct.
So if we build the hotel between between the bed tax and the sales taxes, would we be collecting more more sales taxes than we are now?
That's correct, Councilman Cunningham, would be collecting significantly more revenue that is currently generated on the site, which is 0.
Does the Moxie Hotel brand is a Marriott brand, correct?
That's correct.
Does Marriott allow their, to your knowledge, and this is a leading question, does Marriott brand hotels allow their workers to unionize in 11 other states?
I'm not aware of that. I would defer that question to Mr. Lusk.
It's important you know this stuff because we want to be able to do this, but yes, the answer is yes. So look, this is for the worker power folks who showed up. I appreciate you all, but this is a net positive for us. In other words, if we don't give this guy the settlement on the lawsuit that they just spent 15 minutes circling around about, we get nothing. So it's way better to get something it's better to get part of something than nothing. And so that's the deal. So I know that Worker Power did first of all, y'all did a master class in organizing against this, but I promise you, everyone up here would have voted no, except all these other factors are involved. We're not writing this dude a check. He just gets a discount on what taxes he pays for like 9 years. But if we don't give it to him, he builds nothing and we get nothing. So that's kind of what I wanted to convey to y'all. That's why I'm voting yes for this, but I don't want you to think that we don't read our emails and understand what's happening.
Any other questions or comments? And again, this particular settlement agreement does not bind us to a GPLIT. The process still needs to happen and go through all of the process in terms of what GPLIT applicants go through. If we do not have any additional questions or comments, all those in favor of the motion? No, is it a roll call? Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mixulick?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0, and it's Resolution 24015. We move on to the next item.
Item 9, public hearing, update to the City of Tucson's major streets and routes plan.
City Manager's Communication Number 318, dated October 8th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on consideration of proposed amendment to the Major Streets and Routes Plan and Map. This amendment will update the MS&R map to reflect recommended adjustments to future right-of-way values and street classifications citywide. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any requests to speak? One. Okay, we have one. When I call your name, please make your way into the mic, state your name, whether you live in the city and whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Our one and only speaker is Bonnie Polos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the public hearing. My name is Bonnie Polis. I live in the Campus Farm neighborhood, and I've been there for a very long time. In fact, I've been doing this for a very long time. The very first commission I ever sat on in Tucson was the Citizen Transportation Advisory Committee, which no longer exists, but was split into several other advisory commissions dealing with not just roadways, but transit and pedestrians and bicycles. The reason I wanted to be on that commission many years ago was that I realized that I didn't understand why we were making the transportation decisions that we were within the city. And I understood that transportation issues inform, impact, and affect land use decisions wherever they occur. I would like you to know that I support this update to the Major Streets and Routes Plan. It was first approved just a year before I sat on my first commission. And it makes sense to adjust that plan as we grow as a community. But one of the issues that was brought up to us at the last minute was an upgrade to some streets in my neighborhood. And they're an upgrade from local streets to collector streets. And with the ordinance that you passed in the spring, allowing more intense development along all of our major streets, it was of great concern to us that we were not involved in any of the decision-making that went into this proposed upgrade. And so I started a campaign of letting neighbors and other people in the community know that this was taking place, and to send letters and emails to you requesting that this update be removed from this, or this upgraded proposal be removed from this update. I listened to the study session this afternoon, and it was very gratifying to hear that amendment will be put forward to remove Limberlost and Mountain Avenue north of Roger Road as collector streets. As I understood the amendment, the upgrade to Limberlost will be removed from Campbell Avenue to Stone Avenue. To the west of Stone Avenue, Limberlost becomes 5 lanes, but after Oracle Road, it reverts again to a local street with a lot of residential units. I understand the reasoning behind the engineers who want to make this upgrade, but for those of us who live in the Campus Farm neighborhood, we really want to be part of any discussion that upgrades these streets from local streets to collector streets, because that will impact the development that occurs in our community. Limberlost is kind of a strange street. In the county, up until the 90s when it was first annexed into the city, the county had plans to make Limberlost a major arterial and to place the Tucson Mall along Limberlost as opposed to Wetmore. So when the city annexed all of this property, it was somewhat confusing to figure out what was going to happen to Limberlost. Limberlost was designated always as a local street within the Campus Farm neighborhood. It was designated as a collector street to the west of First Avenue, and it created a lot of issues of understanding how the roadway was going to be dealt with. I appreciate your responsiveness to the neighbors who took the time to register their concerns, and I hope that you will go ahead and put forward the amendment to remove this upgrade from this update of the Major Streets and Routes Plan. I would also like to leave with the city clerk the petition that we circulated that has 235 names on it for the public record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Poulos. Alrighty, so are there any other individuals in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved. Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24014 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24014, relating to planning and zoning and transportation, replacing the existing major streets and routes map with one, adjusting the future right-of-way values for various roadway segments citywide and reclassifying various arterial and collector roadway segments citywide, replacing the existing major streets and routes plan with one, bringing the plan into conformance with the corresponding amendments to the major streets and routes map, declaring that amendments to the MS&R map and plan approved and adopted through this resolution will not impact existing transportation programs whose funding and specific locations have already been tied to street classifications existing prior to this resolution, such as Proposition 101, Proposition 411, or the Collector Streets program.
Alrighty, may I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24014.
There is a motion.
Seconded.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to exclude Limberlost from Stone to Campbell and Mountain from Roger to Limberlost from being designated collector and leave them as local.
So there is a request to amend the motion. Is the
Get it?
motion maker amenable?
Absolutely.
And the seconder? Okay, so there's a motion and a second to accept the amendment. This is an opportunity for discussion, and I guess for me, I know that we've spent a couple of years, maybe 3, trying to amend our major streets and routes plan. And the reason that mayor and council gave direction to amend the major streets and routes plan is because it really wasn't antiquated. It was put together in the 80s with the idea of expanding our roads within the city of Tucson. And so that plan and that map prevented the city of Tucson and mayor and council to have much more urban transit-oriented development. And it demanded us to expand the roads versus building density in our city. And so it really didn't match with the policy priorities of mayor and council. I guess for me, my question is, how many public meetings did we have? And were they virtual? Were they in person? What was the participation? Did we invite neighborhoods to participate in the discussion? Because I noticed that the community meetings had fairly low attendance, and so just wanted to hear about public meetings and how we engage neighborhoods in different swaths and areas of our city.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Joining me again today is Planning and Programming Administrator Patrick Hartley. Patrick led the effort with his team, and so I'll defer to Patrick to answer the question you just asked. Patrick.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the question. To state the exact number of public meetings would be hard for me to recall specifically. We held a number of meetings with the stakeholder workshops, which was largely targeted around the development community and people who would be developing or redeveloping along major streets and routes. We held a public open house, a virtual public open house. We did a social media distribution coordinated with the ward offices to get the word out, and also did press releases. And a lot of the activity that we did see was hosted through our online interactive map, which showed basically the changes to every segment of the streets, as well as opportunities for members of the community to interact with that, read through the rationale. All told, we received 150 public comments, and we also had a couple of additional stakeholder sessions with the utility specifically. I don't remember, I think we had 3 to 4 specific neighborhood meetings upon request by those neighborhood associations.
And Sam and Patrick, I know that your team spent 2 years and a lot of time really thinking through how to amend the major streets and routes plan and map, and I really appreciate the work. I think going forward, it's important that we have more in-person engagement and making sure that just as we seek out different stakeholders in our community and put together conversations and input sessions with other stakeholders, that we do similar with the residents and neighborhoods. I think that residents feel that they need to be heard versus just informed. And so in order to get the best input from different stakeholders in our community, I think it's important that we reach out and engage and hear Of course, it's always important to inform and say, this is the reason why, but also engage and hear their concerns. But again, I want to emphasize how important it is to continue really with the comprehensive approach that we're looking at in urban planning and how to continue doing infill development as well as transit-oriented development and multi-uses for our city. It's important. We heard Councilmember Cunningham just say, right, and when we see development, we see jobs created, we see the benefit, the economic benefit of investing density and building in the urban core. So just that that piece of observation that I have with this. And thank you, Councilmember Dahl, for engaging your neighborhoods and bringing us a good amendment to the issue. Any other comments or questions for staff? Here, seeing none, I believe we need to go to roll call. Thank you so much, Sam and Patrick. Thank you for your hard work.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24014 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I agree. Well done. Thank you. Item 10.
Appeal of the Water Service Area Review Board's denial of service to Pima County, parcel number 225-14-206E, located at 7845 Northern Avenue in unincorporated Pima County.
City Manager's Communication Number 313 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Where was I? Where am I? Let's see. This is an appeal hearing required by the City of Tucson's Water Service Area Policy. Sorry about that, I got lost. Concerning the Water Service Area Review Board's recommendation of denial of service to Pima County parcel number 225-14-206E, located at 7845 Northern Avenue in unincorporated Pima County. Will staff be making a presentation on this? Mr. Avery? Yes? No? Okay.
Mayor, there's no presentation unless you need questions.
All right. This appeal hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentation. Please come forward and I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers for this? Okay. So we don't have any speakers.
I move we close the public hearing.
Is anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public? Is there? Okay, there's a person. Come to the taller mic, please. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether you or not you're a paid speaker.
Oh, yes. Hi, my name is Dane. I do not live in the city. I am here on behalf of the owner of the property. She couldn't make it, so I told her I would come out and voice her opinion for her. So because of the rules, the way her lot is situated, it's a flag lot, and she has another flag lot that wraps around her that prevents her from getting water until her neighbor gets water. And we were hoping to get an appeal to allow her to gain access to water, not having to wait for her neighbor to gain water.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Hearing none. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate your time. May I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
Seconded.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. The appeal hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move we uphold the denial of water service to this area outside the service area because we can't do it following our rules.
Yeah. Alrighty, so there is a motion to uphold Tucson Water's original denial and the WSARB's ratification of that decision. That's a motion. Do I get a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
This one reminds me of the appeal case we had several months ago. And if you look at the map, it's an easy, logical thing for me to say that we should appeal because there is just that little sliver of land per the lot design that is preventing this parcel from getting water, but there's literally water service around the entire area. So I know we have the ability to make these types of decisions. So I would love to hear what my colleagues say, but if you look at the map, I can easily make a case that we should appeal it and provide water service. So those are my thoughts. I'm happy to offer a substitute motion, but I want to hear what everyone has to say.
Yes. My question is just about that specifically is, they're pretty far out. I'm trying to figure out why they're not eligible for Oro Valley or Metro or one of the other providers.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, in order for another water provider to service this one or both of these parcels, they'd be crossing over the Tucson Water system, if not our service area, in order to reach them. I don't have an approximate distance of how far they are from one of those other providers.
Any other questions? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. In the prior appeal that we heard, there was already a home that the owners were trying to sell, I believe. There was the structures. Could, Chris, maybe you help us differentiate this case from the prior case, the recent case that we heard?
Good evening, members of the Mayor and Council and Mayor Romero. Chris Avery with the City Attorney's Office. This appeal presents a unique situation over the last 18 years or so of the adoption of the water service policy, in that because of the unique configuration of this lot, you can see it pretty clearly on the map. Councilmember Lee talked about it. The question for the Water Service Appeal Board is whether Tucson Water made a correct determination in following the policy to decline service to the parcel. And because of the unique configuration of this lot and the way that policy applies, this lot only has two sides, even though there's a very interesting kind of dogleg situation. So when the appeals board heard this set of facts, because of their limited jurisdiction, which the question that they're asked to address is whether Tucson Water made a correct determination, whether the policy is upheld, they rejected the appeal. But they took the unique step that I have not seen previously in my career of recommending that the appellant take an appeal to the Mayor and Council because of the Mayor and Council's additional discretion to consider the facts of the situation that neither Tucson Water nor the appeals board can consider. And in this case, what you see is a situation where the lot is flagpole. Those members of the appeal board are also here for some questions, but you can see on the map that there's a unique dogleg situation here, and somebody who there was not information presented at the appeal to determine whom, but if somebody had configured this lot differently in surveying and setting it out, this parcel would not have been blocked from obtaining water service. Basically, if the driveways had been reversed in this case, then the parcel would have a service. So it's a unique situation in that the appeals board found that Tucson Water correctly applied the policy, but did make a recommendation that the appellant proceed to Mayor and Council to see whether there was some additional discretion that could be applied in this case.
Your Honor, I have a couple more questions.
Yeah.
Okay, is this property currently under subject to a rezone?
My understanding is that the property's already been split in this configuration with the 2 dog legs.
Okay, that's good to know.
That shows on the map.
Are there any neighbors objecting to the water service providing?
There wasn't any information presented at the hearing about whether neighbors were objecting to the water service being provided to this parcel.
So those are the two pieces that are kind of important to me. This is a really unique situation because the parcel, if this was one parcel, it would be it would automatically be eligible. I mean, they could literally come back, they could literally combine the lots, come back, get water service, and then subdivide them again. I mean, it just doesn't make any, and because they have that long string underneath, that if it was just a regular rectangle, it would get service. So
it's not.
Is that a driveway? Is this little stretch out a driveway? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's essentially a dogleg or an easement across the former, basically across the former parcel back over to Northern Avenue. To get to the street and also to provide access for utilities and access to the site.
So the water policy was, I think the mayor and I are the only two that, and Karen. But the three of us, when we did the water policy, we fought tooth and nail for it. It was the first thing I ever did a meeting in the council. And looking at this one, Ward 3 is right. We have to protect the integrity of the water policy per se. But in this situation, I don't think anybody ever bargained on having the driveway that comes out blocking you from being able to get policy. I mean, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parcels that surround the 2 parcels in question that are all having water service. It doesn't really, it doesn't pass the common sense test for me. So I'm going to withdraw my second and ask to entertain another motion.
Before you do that, I know that Councilmember Ulick has some questions. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really do also applaud and respect Councilmember Dahl's motion and just all of us understanding that we cannot undermine the water service policy or the map. It's critical. And at the same time, there are just very rare anomalies like this, obviously, that are popping up. And it's my understanding that the parcel to the west, it looks like, is obligated for service. And on our map, and I just want to clarify as well, Chris, what is this zoned residential? What's the maximum water use that we're talking about if we were to proceed with allowing for this appeal?
So it's my recollection from the hearing, and I've confirmed with the representative today that it's zoned residential, so there would be one residence on this parcel.
Because I do think that's the other piece to me that's real important is, the degree to which our water supply would be impacted by the appeal. And it is in that way similar to the case that we recently saw. And in this case, I don't know that we really risk the overarching policy so much as recognize we drew a map over 300 square miles or so, and that there were just a few anomalies that that are coming up now. So I'm receptive as well to just hearing other thoughts from colleagues.
I just guess for me, I want to make sure that we're not opening a floodgate to other requests. And that we really avoid unintended consequences. Yes, of course, Councilmember Cunningham, you and I and Councilmember Ulick were here when we fought for the water service area policy, and we worked really hard on a map as to where to serve and where we wanted to grow, and we were very adamant about protecting our water resources and managing them responsibly. We did receive a letter from our water coalition requesting that we uphold the water service area policy and deny this appeal, thereby supporting the decisions made by the Tucson Water and the Water Service Area Review Board. Would you be able to add anything else to this, Mr. Avery? And does this open up a floodgate of others wanting to come in and ask the mayor and council to overturn the denial?
So I can answer that question in one way, which is that we, in our role as the city attorney, we're obligated to defend staff, and we're obligated to defend the processes that happen here and defend the statute. In this case, that's what we're doing. But the appeals board itself did recognize that the circumstances of this case are unusual, and I don't recall an appeals board ever making that kind of determination in a prior matter.
Mr. Tamir?
Thank you, Mayor. One question I would ask you to, if you're going to consider overturning it, is ask the applicant or their representative if they plan to build a pool. The reason I ask that, and I don't know if you can constrain that, but the neighborhood within which these parcels are set are all single-family homes, generally looks like 3/4 to 1 acre lots. Every one of them has a pool except for one. To the north is an apartment complex, and to the east is a commercial area. So this doesn't look like it would have a domino effect on the area. It'd be this house and perhaps the neighbor house who can get service today. But I'd be, when you think about water use of a single family home, and I look at a map with 10 homes and 9 pools, I think that'd be an interesting question. Having said that, every time one of these would come up, you have the discretion, it doesn't set a precedent for you. And there are other lots that probably have similar unique circumstances, but I don't see it as being an overwhelming number.
Councilman Lee?
I would just like to make a motion that we approve the appeal.
So there's a motion to approve the appeal, and I guess I just to make sure that we had a motion on the floor, I believe the seconder removed the second. It dies for lack of second, and so what is, I guess what is the next? Okay, any discussion on the second motion? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I wish I apologize for not asking this before, but Chris or Tim, how many parcels like this are we talking about? Because we've seen now this is the second one perhaps in the last 6 months. I mean, are there hundreds of parcels like this within our service area map? Are there thousands? Are there 10? Can you cut to the mayor's question about, are we going to see a flurry of these? I know it's not precedent setting, but then again, if this times 1,000 is coming our way, that's concerning.
So there's probably thousands of different lot configurations within the Tucson Water Service Area. It would be, I've been known to step way outside my areas of competence, but for me to express an opinion on that would be going even beyond the boundaries that sometimes I set. But I would like to point out, though, that there is in the record here from the from the legal action report, some concern that was expressed by the members of the Water Service Appeals Board about the negligence in establishing this particular lot configuration, which is also a unique circumstance. So I can say generally that there are many different lot configurations. There are very rarely is a lot so poorly configured as this one, and it's also rare that the lot is so poorly configured by a third party rather than a lot owner who can remedy that configuration once it happens. So again, the city manager, myself, some of you folks on the council have been dealing with these issues for a long time. Unique by its strict definition means a one-of-one, so I wouldn't call this a unique situation, but this is certainly an unusual situation.
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Ulick, what I would add to that, regardless of your action tonight, this is something we could do an analysis of, giving you a magnitude, because if this does become a more regular thing, because we went for years with 0 and now we've had 2. And then, so we can do an analysis, see if there's other situations like this. And then my caution would be, are we inadvertently opening another path for people to now subdivide parcels in a way that they might not be able to subdivide it to meet the policy, but they might be able to subdivide it to meet the standard of an appeal. So that's my concern. I don't think there's thousands that are like this, but there's probably 1,000 different ways somebody could configure a parcel to try to circumvent the policy. So I don't think that is germane to tonight necessarily, but I would commit to, we could bring back some analysis to you in the future.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that the process involved here means that if the mayor and council want us to proceed, then we would return to the mayor and council with the resolution granting service here, and we could incorporate some of that analysis. Gives you one more chance to take a look at the circumstances and determine what to do.
And I wonder if
that was my question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, council member.
That I guess is my follow-on question then. Do we continue this so that we can look at this with some context? And what are the implications of continuing the item for 30 days or so that we're, listening to all of the voices that are concerned and recognizing the implications?
I would just point out that under either path, the mayor and council may be inclined to take, whether it be a continuance or returning with the resolution. There's an opportunity for the mayor and council to exercise discretion one more time in this matter.
Yeah, I see this parcel way north, but the area is covered and littered with properties that are being served. So, I mean, that's where we all are feeling concerned, but I really do want to avoid unintended consequences that could put us in a bind of people just changing things around and then bringing it to us whenever they receive denial. My most important goal is to be responsible stewards of our water resources and be able to analyze what the pros and the cons are. I'm tending to move in the direction of the motion to allow for service, but I do want to see a resolution, and I do like the idea of requesting that, that we be allowed to look at the resolution and what are the requests that we're asking.
So perhaps a solution in this matter would be that typically a resolution that returns would go on consent, but perhaps we could schedule the resolution as a numbered item for consideration.
Okay. That okay? That good?
Your Honor, do we need to add the motion for the analysis?
I think that the staff is,
We'll take direction from that discussion.
Yeah. And Councilmember Ulick?
point of clarification, so we are not actually voting tonight to approve the appeal. We're directing staff to come back with a resolution that would include a decision on the appeal as well as the analysis. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
I thought
You basically approve the appeal, but the appeal would return with a resolution that would give you another opportunity to look at the circumstances and the additional analysis that's been requested.
So I don't need to change the motion, or we're good?
I think the motion on the table is as directed based on the conversation we're having. Is that good? Okay. And the seconder is good?
I'm sorry, this is Karen. I think I want to do a substitute motion because I would prefer that we simultaneously consider this appeal with the analysis coming back. So I guess my motion is to continue this item and have it on an agenda that would provide us with the broader analysis. I just don't quite feel comfortable assuming that we won't see some, pattern set here without more information. So the motion is to continue this and direct staff to come back with this item in conjunction with that broader analysis.
So there is a substitute motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I was going to second too. Sorry.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second on a substitute motion. So we're going to vote on this if there's no further discussion, right? And a question, there's discussion. Councilwoman Lee.
I'm just curious as to the impact of further delays. To me, this one seems pretty straightforward and understand the need for an analysis. So I guess my preference is always like, move this forward and do the analysis if this parcel is very logically surrounded by water. So how would we know if there's an impact to the property owner by continuing to delay this?
The homeowner is currently building a small house, 600 square feet. And she was hoping that the neighbor was going to get her water meter in so then she could get granted access to get water. The owner, just to the south of her, just couldn't come up with the funds to pay for it. She offered to pay for it. She didn't feel comfortable taking that. So here we are. She kind of has paused building, so her house is just kind of sitting stagnant while she's paying rent on another place to live. To finish up this place.
Yeah, see, I guess I don't see the value in making them wait. If we feel comfortable that this particular isolated situation makes sense, let's move it. That's my thought. Let's move it forward and do the analysis separate. So, I don't know.
Councilmember Perez and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, I think that this is an inherent part of this process. And I understand the concern of wanting to uphold what we've already set in motion. But I would concur with Councilmember Lee in allowing this particular case and then moving forward with the analysis separately.
Councilmember Cunningham.
As the person who seconded all three motions in this process, I thought I'd chime in. So we're coming back for resolution irrespective of what we vote tonight. More or less by provisionally approving or continuing. By provisionally approving, it's a little nod to the property owner to have some hope. By just continuing, it's like, not so fast. And it's a pretty nuanced thing. So for me, part of this whole discussion that we're having, it doesn't really teeter either way. I'd actually rather have all the information. I think there's some, I'd feel way more comfortable giving staff the opportunity to go, you know what, this isn't going to affect our actual water policy that we adopted and take super seriously. But I want to say for the record that 95% of my instincts are I'm going to vote to approve this person's water. But I just want to have that backup. And the issue is that we've run into the way that my brain's thinking is we're going to have folks that own parcels that will literally subdivide parcels so they can shoehorn into the water policy area where they're not supposed to be. In this case, it's a donut hole, so it should absolutely be in the water service area. But, and I'm saying that on the record, but in the meantime, we got to get our process done. And if we were cut and dry, we wouldn't be asking for the analysis too. So let's back ourselves up. I don't think either one will put her behind that much, as long as we come back within 30 days. Like, we got to come back quick.
And I just wonder if we can come back within 30 days, or at least bring the resolution back, if we delay the approval.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we can get the analysis done within about a 30-day period. It won't be a really granular analysis, but it's going to be a pretty broad analysis of the 450 square mile service area. But we think we can give you enough information to work with. With apologies to the city attorney, I'm going to ask a question I don't know the answer to. Under a continuance, we'd be bringing back the appeal again. Is it possible to also schedule the resolution for that same evening, or would that have to be at a subsequent meeting?
I think we could probably schedule the resolution for later on in the evening as a different numbered item. So we do that sometimes with annexations, where we'll do item 6A or 6B, or we'll do item 6 and then item 7. I think we could do it that way. Again, I'm answering a question I don't know the answer to.
Well, we're making it up as we go. Roy, would you like to weigh in on this?
Sure, why not? I would agree with Chris's analysis. And just to clarify, for procedural purposes, we have 2 motions on the floor right now. When discussion is finished, we need to vote on whether the substitute motion is accepted, and then vote on that motion if it is accepted.
Okay, so the substitute motion is to delay approval, bring the resolution next month, as well as bring an analysis of the possibilities. I would much rather have information in hand. And I know that we're delaying another 30 days, but I would much rather have the information and then the resolution to approve or deny within the next 30 days, so that we have more information. I'm concerned about any unintended consequences, and then maybe we can have the possibility of including administratively for the Water Service Area Review Board and Tucson Water to take a look at paying special attention to subdividing pieces of land in order to play the system or play us out. So with that motion, substitute motion on the floor to delay for 30 days, bringing back a resolution and an analysis. That's the motion that we're getting ready to vote on. Do you want to do a roll call just in case? All right, let's go to roll call on the substitute motion.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
No.
Mr. Perez?
No.
Ms. Sulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Substitute motion passes.
If I may, Your Honor, the substitute motion is accepted. Now it needs to be voted on.
Oh, the substitute motion is accepted. Alrighty, now we vote on the substitute motion, which is basically the same.
I still got one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to be sure that we're going to bring another item agendized for the resolution next time, just in case the analysis goes well. All right, then that's good, and I'm good with that.
Okay, so now a vote on the substitute motion. Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
I have to be consistent, no.
Mr. Perez?
No.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Substitute motion passes and original motion dies. All righty. Thank you. I really appreciate the patience, and we can continue the discussion in a month. Thank you. All righty, so that was item 10. Item 11. Item 11.
Rezoning TPENT 0425-00007 to Nidito Children and Family Services, North Mountain Avenue and East Duke Road, R1 and R2 to 01.
City Manager's Communication Number 316 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 4.3 acre parcel from Suburban Ranch Zone to RX2 Residence Zone to allow for the development of 5 one-story single-family homes on lot sizes consistent with the surrounding development. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor, I just want to point out, I think that was the wrong rezoning case that you just read.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay.
It's the Tunidito we're rezoning
Let
to
me see.
01.
Item
Let
11.
me see, I have the wrong information here.
But they didn't revise it before.
Okay.
I don't know why she would.
Have it. Let me just go to the online version then. Oh my God, my,
And it's
my
okay.
computer just died.
I have a printed copy.
It's coming to you. For the record, I am Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan representing Tunidito.
Well, that's good, because we had no idea.
I have the resolution. No, can I, but is it the resolution number though?
There is no resolution, we just accept the rezoning.
Okay. Alrighty, so item 11 is a rezoning. Tunidito Children and Family Services, North Mountain Avenue and East Duke Road, R1 and R2 to 01 in Ward 3. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so who's the representative of the applicant? And can you please put it into the record? I know you did, but I'm asking you again because I was not paying attention to you.
Mayor and members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan representing Tunidito, and also have Liz McCusker from Tunidito here as well.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Your Honor, we are agreeable. We'd like to thank Ward 3, Kevin Dahl, for sticking with us on this, and staff for assisting as well. And Bonnie Polis is here as well from Campus Farms. We have worked many of those years that she alluded to together, and also on opposite sides of things. And we appreciate Campus Farms' support. So we're excited to move this forward and happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing the work with Campus Farms and other neighbors in the area. I know that the neighbors want to see Tunidito expand into a building that has been vacant. And so I do want to also thank Councilmember Dahl for his work and his part of the work in this, and looking forward to what the council's pleasure is.
Your Honor, I move to approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none.
Could we have an analysis?
Yeah.
No. Sorry. Sorry.
Overruled.
All righty. No more. No more questions, Councilmember Cunningham. Anything else? Anyone? Okay. So this is a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. 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 I was just poking fun at you. All those against? There are none. Motion carries. Thank you all so much. I think we got the sillies.
I think you are too.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all coming to us. Alrighty, so motion carries. We are moving on to item 12.
Item 12, Mayor, has been continued at the request of Councilmember Dahl.
Alrighty, and we move on to item 13.
Resolution, Mayor and Council opposing federal interference and disinvestment in higher education and defending the University of Arizona against proposed compact for academic excellence in higher education.
All right, City Manager Communication number 322 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24018 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24018 relating to higher education and human rights, opposing targeted federal interference and disinvestment in higher education and defending the University of Arizona against the proposed compact for academic excellence in higher education.
Alrighty, so this item was brought to us by Councilmember Perez and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. Councilmember Perez, would you like to start? And Vice Mayor, if you'd like to jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this might feel a little weird to introduce something like this at the city level. But frankly, you know, when I came into my role at the Metro Education Commission, I inherited a really incredible archive of correspondence between the founder and folks like the mayor, former Mayor Tom Volge, Congressman Raul Grijalva, and even your dad, George Cunningham, who really, I think, bridged their service between government and education and recognizing that the strength of our community was dependent on the success of our schools. So I say that in that I brought this item because what's happening here at the University of Arizona is also about Tucson. The Trump administration's Compact for Academic Excellence in higher ed asks universities to pledge loyalty, not excellence, conditioning federal funding on political conformity. That's not someone else's business. Frankly, that's ours. It's an intrusion into our community and into the lives and livelihoods of thousands of Tucsonans who study, teach, and work at the university. I also want to recognize that this moment didn't necessarily arise overnight. The university's new administration has spent months over complying with partisan demands at the state and federal level. That posture of appeasement has left the university more vulnerable, not less, and now it's being rewarded, however coercive that reward may be, for a pattern of compliance that never should have began. Capitulation is not in Tucson's nature. The university drives more than $1 billion in research each year and sustains thousands of local jobs. International students are a crucial part of that ecosystem and are competitive in the state, in the country, and around the world. Some of the policies that were included on there cap international enrollment and discourage global engagement. And I think that that significantly harms higher education, but also undermines our economy and the cultural vibrancy that really defines Tucson. And so as a partner in the Prosperity Initiative, the city recognizes that post-secondary access is fundamental to community well-being, and I believe that we have a moral and economic responsibility to defend it. So with that, I want to thank my colleague, Vice Mayor, and Dr. Lane Santa Cruz for joining me in this resolution. And with that, I want a motion to pass and adopt resolution number 24018.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor, did you want to jump in?
Yes, I'll just jump in, and Rocky's Councilmember Perez spoke very eloquently. Also, as an educator, freedom of learning is a basic human right, And this resolution makes clear that Tucson stands with our students, our educators, and the University of Arizona in defending that right. This so-called compact for academic excellence is not about excellence, it's about control. It's another attempt to make universities choose between federal funding and their independence. That kind of political interference has no place in our classrooms or research labs. The University of Arizona has long been a source of pride in our Tucson community, a land-grant institution, a Hispanic serving institution, and a place where discovery, critical thinking, and the opportunity are meant to thrive. Tucson's future depends on protecting that freedom to learn, to question, to innovate without fear of political pressure. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Rocky Perez, for his deep commitment to higher education and for acting swiftly to bring this resolution forward. His leadership reminds me that defending academic freedom is not just an institutional issue, it's a community value. Education should always be about expanding minds, not enforcing ideologies. That's why I'm proud to stand with my colleagues in opposing this federal overreach and affirming our support for the University of Arizona and for academic freedom.
Yes, you could go ahead and clap. Yes, we'll give you time to clap. I just wanted to add to this commentary. I think that we're not doing this against the University of Arizona and standing for this resolution. We are doing this to defend the academic integrity and the academic freedom of the University of Arizona. Compliance, especially with Trump, does not bring you any leeway. Compliance only brings about much more pushback from President Trump and his political agenda. The University of Arizona has already seen sweeps to their Hispanic Serving Institution grants, to STEM initiatives, to TRIO programs, to diversity, equity, and inclusion. It has already seen an intrusion by this administration that is purely political, and compliance will get us even more political demands from this administration. I am in solidarity with the professors and the University of Arizona staff and faculty that have taken a very, very clear stance against this compact. This compact is stemming from control and not from academic and learning in a learning environment. So I stand with you. Thank you, Councilmember Perez and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, for acting quickly, for adding this language, and for allowing Mayor and Council to take a stand in standing with the faculty and staff of the University of Arizona and in solidarity with our community that does not deserve to be threatened by the President of the United States with pulling further funding to comply with their political agenda. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, you and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and Councilmember Perez have said it very eloquently, but I also want to say it. I've heard from faculty leaders, I've heard from staff, and I've heard from students, and we heard tonight people speaking eloquently of the concern about this. It's not that some of the things in the compact aren't great, you know, the tuition freeze, for instance, but it's the federal overreach. This is a state institution. This is a land-grant college. This is the heart of Tucson. Damn it, we're wildcats. We're not tame, right? I was trying to think of a better analogy, but we are wildcats, and we need to support what is the true heart of the university, and I'm very proud to be voting for this. Thank you.
Any other comments? All righty, Councilmember Perez, and then we'll vote.
Yeah, you know, I think, over here. I'll just add that, I think in this last, beginning of this academic year, the city of Tucson, by way of just its annual investment as well as Ward 5, in addition to Pima County, invested in post-secondary access programs that are now officially in almost every single public high school within Pima County. We are the only organization that has that footprint. And that's because of local government like ours who are taking action in these spaces. And that's not out of just an interest, it's out of an imperative to care for these spaces because frankly, the federal government hasn't. And so again, I'm thankful that you all are supporting me in that effort.
All righty. So any others? Well, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24018 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciate your voices. Item 14,
City Administration approving appointment of new city attorney.
City Manager's Communication Number 321 dated October 8th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12194 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12194 relating to the new city attorney, appointing Roy Lusk as the new city attorney of the city of Tucson, authorizing and approving the employment agreement with the city attorney, and declaring an emergency.
All righty. What is the council's pleasure?
I'd like to motion to approve the ordinance as is and welcome Roy Lusk as our permanent city attorney.
Not yes.
Second.
We need to vote first, then we can welcome him. There is a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Yes, Councilmember Cunningham.
Roy, congratulations on your appointment. It was a pretty amazing process. We're lucky to get great candidates and demonstrated how you stand out. You've already demonstrated some acumen and some belief that you can fill the huge shoes that were vacated in this role. So I look forward to working with you, and we're really excited to have you aboard. Usually I'd be way cooler about this, but I'm so tired and it's late, so.
Roy, I just wanted to add as well, thank you so much for your many, many years of service in the city attorney's office. We welcome you, well, not yet, we still have to vote. As our city attorney, we did go through an incredible process and you rose above. And I know that the attorneys and your staff at the city attorney's office have the utmost respect and admiration for you. I know that you will continue to be innovative and you bring profound understanding and history with you. And I know that you will continue innovating in your office, continue making sure that the city attorney's office is moving forward, increasingly becoming better and better for the benefit of our citizens. And so really appreciate your interest. I'm looking forward to voting for you. And I want to welcome you. Hopefully we spend many more years working together for benefit of our community. Any other comments?
Go ahead and just add.
Yeah, you can add.
No, just Roy, I think our time together has been short. And I know that our time left will be even shorter. I've been a part of search processes in the dozens, and I have never observed this level of love within a department for their leader. And I hope that in this direction, you feel empowered by council to do what you have done best in defending Tucsonans and defending those who lead them. And I'm incredibly thankful for your service thus far. I hope it's a lifetime.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's very kind.
Alrighty, we're gonna go to roll call, see if you make it through. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz,
Hi, congratulations.
Ixulic,
Congratulations and thank you, Roy. Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Welcome to the majors. Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 12194 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations and welcome aboard, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I can just take a moment, I have to thank the man who gave me this tie, and my wife, and my daughter, who are also here, and my family, who have supported me throughout this process, and I'm grateful to them. And I will say that my staff, some of whom are here, are very important to me and have supported me also through this process. I know I am the city attorney, but they are the city attorney as well, and they will always be that for me. So, and I'm really excited to work with them and to support them in the way that they support me. And I'm looking forward to also supporting the mayor and council in their policies and processes, along with the city manager as well. And I'm also looking forward to doing the best that I possibly can for the citizens in Tucson and the residents and businesses here. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome aboard. Item 15,
Adjournment.
council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 at or after 5:30 p.m.